this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked.
And we'll be showing you President Biden's full speech from Statuary Hall a little bit later this evening. Just wanted to give you a preview. Here's how we can connect with you tonight. 202 is the area code, 748-8920 if you live in the East and Central time zone, 748-8921 for those of you in the Mountain and Pacific time zone. Text messages only, 202-748-8903. Include your first name and your city if you would. Now, former President Trump, who was scheduled to give a press conference today at Mar-a-Lago, canceled that. He will be speaking in Arizona on January 15th, but he sent out a couple of statements. Here was one. Here was his first statement that he sent out. Biden, who is destroying our nation with insane policies of open borders, corrupt elections, disastrous energy policies, unconstitutional mandates, and devastating school closures, used my name today to try to further divide America. This political theater is all just a distraction for the fact Biden has completely and totally failed. Our country no longer has borders, has totally and completely lost control of COVID record numbers, is no longer energy independent, inflation is rampant, our military is in chaos, and our exit or surrender from Afghanistan was perhaps the most embarrassing day in the long and distinguished history of the United States, and so much more. Why is it that the unselect committee of totally partisan political hacks, whose judgment has long ago been made, not discussing the rigged presidential election of 2020? It's because they don't have the answers or justifications for what happened. They got away with something, and it is leading to our country's destruction. They want all conversation concerning the election canceled. Just look at the numbers. They speak for themselves. They are not justifiable. So the complicit media just calls it the big lie, when in actuality, the big lie was the election itself. That was former President Trump in a statement earlier today. Now to get your voices, Terry, Union Mills, North Carolina. Please go ahead. Hi, Terry.
Yeah, I disagree with former President Trump. Although I voted for him, some of us wish that he would have continued, only because he was not a politician, that he was a businessman, and he was able to get things done.
Did January 6th change your mind?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think that it was a small group of people. I don't think President Trump actually did anything to encourage it. Again, his speech was after the fact. Now, the thought is that, yeah, it was wrong. It should never have happened. And unfortunately, Democrats are turning this into a political situation, thinking that Trump might possibly run again. And they're going to use this against him. So they're going to keep this alive. They're going to keep this alive for a few more years until...
Terry, thank you. Calling from North Carolina. This is Ronald in San Carlos, California. Good evening, Ronald.
Good evening. It's Donald, actually. The last speaker took a lot of my points, but basically, being a history buff, I know only one thing. We have to get on with our lives, and we have to unite in the process of peace and caring for one another. We got to get beyond money.
So,
We need-
Ronald, as a history buff, how do we unite? Has this happened in the country before?
I think the only way we're going to unite, as what was done before, was through faith. Because if you don't have faith in something, you eventually are going to fail.
That's Ronald in California. Rose is in Camp Springs, Maryland. Rose, what are your thoughts about January 6th?
Yes, sir. I was a mother. I have a son that was working there at the time. It's not only that the senators and Congress people that was there, but as a parent and as a mother, to have my son call me to tell me that my child, if something happened to me, Mom, take care of his little girl. I said, well, what's going on? So I jumped out just to know that some people don't get it. This is the nation's capital. And I feel that we shouldn't even be having this conversation. When you have someone and people in the world, such as what happened, to just be letting go. Oh, go, come when they want to. So I feel really sad that as a nation, we cannot get it together. It's not about Republicans or Democrats. Everyone works together there, especially the employees that work there. They were, to me, the forgotten ones. So I would like to tell for the Democrats and the Republicans, get their act together, because I really feel it's really sad that as the United States and as a mother, we have to encounter this when it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Rose, where was your son on that day last year?
He was down there working, and they told him to go down the hallway. He was with the STRS workers there. He's a custodian worker there. That's in that department, and he works there at the place.
And did he feel threatened?
Yes, he did. He felt very threatened.
Thank you, Rose. John, Santa Barbara, California. You're on C-SPAN. John, what do you remember about last year, and what do you think it means for our country right now?
I remember my wife and I listening to President Trump's speech while all the shenanigans was going on, and we did not hear him tell anybody to go create trouble or trauma or anything else. And we think that, my wife and I both think that the Democrats and Biden in particular are blowing a lot of smoke, and it's a major lie, all the stuff that the Democrats are saying, and we're just sick and disgusted with the guy.
Maureen is next, another Californian, Mission Viejo. Hi, Maureen.
Hi. I was a former U.S. history and U.S. government teacher, now retired, and I was absolutely horrified, appalled at what was happening on January 6th. I had taught my students that voting was an honor and a right that we as Americans all have as a way to ensure our democracy. And to see what was happening then on that day was just struck me to the core, to my very bones. And to now have the Republicans not want to find out how this happened, why this happened, to prevent this from happening again, it just astonishes me. And to make it a democratic thing, a partisan thing, when it really is something that all Americans need to know exactly what happened and why, is how we get to the truth of the matter.
Maureen, it was a year ago. Do you think we're more united, less united, about the same as we were a year ago?
Absolutely less united. It just astonishes me that a large majority of people think violence is a way that we're going to solve our problems. And I do not think they have learned the lessons from the War of 1812, from the Civil War, from all of the civil rights lessons that we have had in our country, and to not want to come together as Americans under the rule of law, looking over. I think they need to read the Constitution again and read some of the founding documents that our founding fathers wrote. Read the Declaration of Independence again.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you, Maureen. Now, Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican of South Carolina, sent out several tweets today. We're going to read two of them to you. The Biden presidency, 1 year after January 6th, is in free fall, not because of the attack on our Capitol, but because of failed policies and weak leadership. He also said, finally, President Biden and Vice President Harris's speeches today were an effort to resurrect a failed presidency more than marking the anniversary of a dark day in American history. David's in Virginia Beach, Virginia. David, what are your thoughts about January 6, 2021 and what it means?
Well, I was there January 6th, and I'm no follower. I'm not a fan. I don't support politicians.
David, when you say you were there, what do you mean you were there?
I was there. I was at the Capitol building.
Did you go to the Trump rally earlier down by the White House?
Yes.
Okay.
And and you know, there's been this whole let's find out what the investigation. Let's investigate what caused this. What they don't say is why was everybody there? Why did people show up, and why did they have questions about the election?
Well, why did you show up?
Well, I'd seen a lot of things online, on television. I saw legal observers in vote counting precincts around the country kicked out, Republican observers kicked out, windows obscured from camera views. There was just so many things. There were laws and rules for voting that were changed at the last minute. Against states' laws.
So you were in the crowd outside the Capitol. Did you get into the Capitol building itself?
No, I didn't go in. I'm not that stupid. But so we went there not because I'm some minion of Donald Trump. I'm far from that. I was not for him in the beginning, and I had a lot of discussions with my dad about that. I'm from New York, and I just I wasn't for Donald Trump. So I didn't go there because I'm a minion. I went there because I saw some serious things that brought up questions about the election. And I went there to hear the rally, to be at the rally. We left early because I got tired of listening, and we walked over. And I'll tell you, there were elements there while Donald Trump was still speaking. People had already started hammering down the barricades and attacking. And I was with a federal law enforcement guy. And he pointed out, he said, see this guy? He says, he's Antifa. He's directing people. And you could see they had command, control. He was saying, okay, you guys hit hard on the left. And when they pull over to come at you, we'll push in on the right. So there was this command and control people that were antagonizing the situation. And just like the Antifa did with Black Lives Matter, they're professionals at hijacking moments. And they were hijacking it by the time most of the people got there, most of the battling is over, the barricades are gone. Now the majority of the people come walking up. They don't even realize what went on to get to that point. They just walked up on the building. They didn't see the early stuff that went on, which was basically about 300-400 people probably did most of the damage and caused most of the mayhem. And that's this. And here it is. There's thousands of people covering the Capitol. Some Antifa guy gets up and starts smashing a window in full view of everybody. A military-looking guy gets up, grabs him, takes the baton out of his hand, right? the whole crowd starts chanting, F Antifa, we don't smash. F Antifa, we don't smash. That was the mentality of the vast majority of those people that were there.
David, how do you know that whoever was smashing the window was Antifa?
Oh, you can tell Antifa. Got the black helmet, upside down little flag on there, and just the outfit and everything. He eventually got dragged out. They dragged him out, and even then, because he was antagonistic. But that's how the crowd, tens of thousands of people, I guess, probably covering the building at that point, they was chanting, "Don't smash, don't smash," that one window. Most people didn't even understand what was going on inside, down the hallways. The majority of the people were just, they didn't even know what was going on.
All right, David, thank you for sharing your experience with us on this first anniversary of the January 6th Capitol attacks, which is also the certification of the 2020 presidential election. We're getting your views. The House Democrats held several commemorations today. We'll be showing you those as the evening goes on as well. Sandy in Salem, Massachusetts. Sandy, what are your thoughts about the first anniversary?
Oh, my God. My thoughts went to the guy that spoke and said that this happened after the fact, which it didn't. And then the guy before, with the woman before, how do we reunite? How do we unite? By learning the truth. And that last guy needs to be in court to testify that it was all Antifa when it was shown otherwise, but that's all right.
So, Sandy, do you think the country is more united than it was a year ago politically? Or how would you describe our political condition today?
Right now, I think it's really horrible. I think it's really horrible because of the fact of this being brought up over and over and over again by the Republicans, and Trump on it shouting out that it was stolen still. I think it's absolutely insane. All right, I really do. My son was a part of that, and he's a Trumper. He didn't go into the building, but, he saw a lot too, and it wasn't Antifa he was looking at. It was other groups of very nasty people.
He was at the Capitol that day a year ago?
Yes. And he saw quite a bit too, and it wasn't Antifa he was looking at that was angry. And I'll tell you, the truth needs to be told. The truth needs to be told. And why the Republicans don't want the truth to be told if they had nothing to do with nothing is beyond my comprehension. All right? Not one of them was there to even pay tribute. Like the woman said, there were other people in that building other than Congress, you know what I mean? And for them not to be recognized. And I posted on C-SPAN how I thought and felt about this whole thing, with the Republicans just turning their back, on everybody that was involved in that Capitol, knowing that they had families that were out there, knowing that maybe they knew that somebody in that house had somebody who had some kind of an illness going on in their family and were there to vote in a new president. There was a guy there that his wife was going to give birth to their first kid. In the Capitol Police, what they did to save them, they don't even want to acknowledge that. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that there were working people in there, janitors to their own secretaries.
All right, Sandy, we got the point. Thank you for calling in. Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican, Iowa, longest-serving Republican senator. Tweet: January 6th was a difficult day for those of us who work in the U.S. Capitol and the entire country. I was there and experienced it firsthand. I believe we need to focus on issues that bring our country together, not tear us apart. Lots of work to do. Carrie is next. Traverse City, Michigan. Carrie, you're on C-SPAN. First anniversary of January 6th.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for taking my call today. I just wanted to say that I was home when all this unfolded. I'm going to try to say all this without crying because it still affects me a lot. I was watching it unfold with my elderly mom. I'm a caregiver at home with her. And just minute by minute, I could not believe. I've never cursed so much in one day. And I was yelling and screaming at the TV. I just could not believe what I was looking at, what I was seeing, what I was hearing. And also, I couldn't believe with every step as the folks that were approaching the Capitol, with every step they got closer and closer, I kept saying, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it! They're gonna end up getting shot. What are they doing? What do they think they're doing?" And as time went on, I was like, "Where is everybody? Where's the police? Where's the military? Where's the the helicopters?" I just could not believe how long this went on with nothing being done. I understand the Capitol Police were there, and God bless them. They did everything they could. So sorry for all the loss there. But to think that we had a president, quote unquote, at the time that sat and watched this on TV in glee, that these people were doing this for him in his name, and to not do anything? To sit there and watch it on TV and let it go on and on and on while those people were beaten, maimed, pepper sprayed, bear sprayed. That's no president. I mean, to me, that's the highest level of treason. You take an oath. I'm going to cry. You take an oath to protect this country, to protect our people, and to sit there and watch it on TV in glee and not do anything.
Carrie,
and then to come
Carrie,
on TV and tell people.
Have you been watching and following the January 6th investigation committees in Congress?
Yes, I have as much as I can, yes.
And what do you think of their work so far?
Well, I think we still have a ways to go. I have the highest respect for them. They're doing everything they possibly can. And on that note, I just can't believe that more Republicans aren't stepping forward and backing this up. I mean, this is going to be their legacy. Do they want to one day pass away and have all the children in schools look through the history books and see all of them and say that they did not support our country and our capital and our democracy? They want that to be their legacy. I mean, when this all happened, they were all over TV saying, "Oh, Donald Trump, he didn't step in," and they were all about that. But then now they've flipped the script and they're back to supporting him again. What is it about this guy that everybody loves so much? Why do they support him? Why?
That's Carrie in Traverse City, Michigan, and this is Joe in Colorado Springs. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I got this nagging question of why we are letting the media. Basically, what they do is they spread this false equivalency of the big lie. I mean, they never ask for proof from Trump or his supporters about how this insurrection of January 6th started or took place. They put people on who give the conspiracy version without coming back with facts, somebody with facts. So it's like one-sided, like they're reporting just the conspiracy side of it or the far-right side of it. I mean, we all knew that Trump was not exactly a truth teller when he was elected and before that. But we still treat what he says as the truth, and we know it's not. You know, his minions in Congress is willing to follow this guy, even though they know it's a big lie. We all sat here on TV and watched as live as it was happening.
Joe, do you think the country is in better shape than it was a year ago politically?
No, it's not. And the reason it's not is because we keep putting out this false equivalency. Those people are not that dumb. Let's get this straight. Okay, they saw the exact same thing we saw. But because they say they didn't, we treat it as if that's their, it's the truth. It's an alternative fact. and we know that the alternative fact is a lie.
All right,
okay?
That's Joe in Colorado Springs. We're going to continue to take your calls all evening. We're also going to show you some of the events from Capitol Hill today. We're going to begin with President Biden's speech along with Vice President Kamala Harris's speech from Statuary Hall this morning.
Fellow Americans, good morning. Certain dates echo throughout history, including dates that instantly remind all who have lived through them where they were and what they were doing when our democracy came under assault. Dates that occupy not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941, September 11th, 2001, and January 6th, 2021. On that day, I was not only Vice President-elect, I was also a United States Senator. And I was here at the Capitol that morning at a classified hearing with fellow members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Hours later, the gates of the Capitol were breached. I had left, but my thoughts immediately turned not only to my colleagues, but to my staff, who had been forced to seek refuge in our office, converting filing cabinets into barricades. What the extremists who roamed these halls targeted was not only the lives of elected leaders. What they sought to degrade and destroy was not only a building, hallowed as it is. What they were assaulting were the institutions, the values, the ideals that generations of Americans have marched, picketed, and shed blood to establish and defend. On January 6th, we all saw what our nation would look like if the forces who seek to dismantle our democracy are successful. The lawlessness, the violence, the chaos. What was at stake then and now is the right to have our future decided the way the Constitution prescribes it, by we, the people, all the people. We cannot let our future be decided by those bent on silencing our voices, overturning our votes, and peddling lies and misinformation by some radical faction that may be newly resurgent, but whose roots run old and deep. When I meet with young people, they often ask about the state of our democracy, about January 6th. And what I tell them is January 6th reflects the dual nature of democracy, its fragility and its strength. You see, the strength of democracy is the rule of law. The strength of democracy is the principle that everyone should be treated equally, that elections should be free and fair, that corruption should be given no quarter. The strength of democracy is that it empowers the people. And the fragility of democracy is this, that if we are not vigilant, if we do not defend it, democracy simply will not stand. It will falter and fail. The violent assault that took place here, the very fact of how close we came to an election overturned, that reflects the fragility of democracy. Yet, the resolve I saw in our elected leaders when I returned to the Senate chamber that night, their resolve not to yield, but to certify the election, their loyalty not to party or person, but to the Constitution of the United States, that reflects its strength. And so, of course, does the heroism of the Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other law enforcement officers who answered the call that day, including those who later succumbed to wounds, both visible and invisible. Our thoughts are with all of the families who have lost a loved one. You know, I wonder, how will January 6th come to be remembered in the years ahead? Will it be remembered as a moment that accelerated the unraveling of the oldest, greatest democracy in the world? Or a moment when we decided to secure and strengthen our democracy for generations to come? The American spirit is being tested. The answer to whether we will meet that test resides where it always has resided in our country, with you, the people. And the work ahead will not be easy. Here in this very building, a decision will be made about whether we uphold the right to vote and ensure free and fair elections. Let's be clear, we must pass the voting rights bills that are now before the Senate. And the American people must also do something more. We cannot sit on the sidelines. We must unite in defense of our democracy in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our prosperity and posterity. That is the preamble of the Constitution that President Biden and I swore an oath to uphold and defend. And that is the enduring promise of the United States of America. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a public servant with the character and fortitude to meet this moment, a leader whose life's work has been moving our nation toward that more perfect union, President Joe Biden.
Madam Vice President, my fellow Americans, to state the obvious, 1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked, simply attacked. The will of the people was under assault. The Constitution, our Constitution, faced the gravest of threats. Outnumbered in the face of a brutal attack, the Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other brave law enforcement officials saved the rule of law. Our democracy held. We, the people, endured. We, the people, prevailed. For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed. They failed. And on this day of remembrance, we must make sure that such attack never, never happens again. I'm speaking to you today from Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol. This is where the House of Representatives met for 50 years in the decades leading up to the Civil War. This is on this floor. It's where young Congressman of Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, sat at desk 191. Above him, above us, over that door leading into the rotunda, is a sculpture depicting Cleo, the muse of history. In her hands, an open book in which she records the events taking place in this chamber below. Cleo stood watch over this hall 1 year ago today, as she has for more than 200 years. She recorded what took place, the real history, the real facts, the real truth, the facts and the truth that Vice President Harris just shared, and that you and I and the whole world saw with our own eyes. The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America, to rip us apart. Even during the Civil War, that never, ever happened. But it happened here in 2021. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol, American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears, fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify to what happened. One officer called it, quote, a medieval battle, and that he was more afraid that day than he was fighting the war in Iraq. They've repeatedly asked since that day, how dare anyone diminish, belittle, or deny the hell they were put through? We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America. But what did we not see? We didn't see a former president who had just rallied the mob to attack, sitting in the private dining room off the Oval Office in the White House, watching it all on television and doing nothing for hours as police were assaulted, lives at risk, the nation's capital under siege. This wasn't a group of tourists. This was an armed insurrection. They weren't looking to uphold the will of the people. They were looking to deny the will of the people. They weren't looking to uphold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. That's the only way forward. That's what great nations do. They don't bury the truth. They face up to it. Sounds like hyperbole, but that's the truth. They face up to it. We are a great nation. My fellow Americans, in life there's truth, and tragically there are lies. Lies conceived and spread for profit and power. We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors and state officials in every battleground state have all said. He lost. That's what 81 million of you did as you voted for a new way forward. He's done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people. While some courageous men and women in the Republican Party are standing against it, trying to uphold the principle of that party, too many others are transforming that party into something else. They seem no longer to want to be the party of Lincoln, Eisenhower, Reagan, the Bushes. Whatever my other disagreements are with Republicans who support the rule of law and not the rule of a single man, I will always seek to work together with them to find shared solutions where it's possible. Because if we have a shared belief in democracy, then anything is possible, anything. And so at this moment, we must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, new laws are being written not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen and protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. The second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made and was rejected, often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. It wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results were inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. President's name was first. Then we went down the line. Governors, senators, House of Representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. But the presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters. The only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought when you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress? Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote. And the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America, at American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election, defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats, and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. The promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting. They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever, ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. We reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule, or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. The responsibility to see each other as neighbors. Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat. Then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. The responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021, The lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and the second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day, from those defending this Capitol to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history, where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart, to be about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame lit almost 250 years ago of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
All right, pull. You come this way, guys. Come on. Sir, yes, sir.
And those speeches by President Biden and Vice President Harris were delivered this morning from Statuary Hall in the Capitol. We're live this evening from Washington on the first anniversary of the January 6th Capitol attacks. It was also the day of the 2020 presidential certification, which ended up happening at about 4 a.m., 3:30 a.m. in the morning after the attacks. The Congress reconvened and went through their process. We're going to continue to take your calls this evening and show you some of the other commemorations that happened today. Here's how you can dial in. 202 is the area code, 748-8920 for those of you in the East and Central time zones, 748-8921 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. And if you want to send a text message, here's that number, 202-748-8903 for texts only. Please include your city and your first name if you would. You can also contact us and continue the conversation on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Just remember, @C-SPAN is our handle. Well, Oliver Darcy of CNN sent out this tweet earlier today. The word insurrection has not been uttered once during coverage of January 6th on Fox this morning, other than Biden using it during his speech, which the network aired per search of show transcripts. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican of Texas, responded to that. That's because insurrection is a political term used by Democrats in the corporate media to try to falsely slander every Trump voter across America. It's transparent political theater. So that exchange happened earlier today. Back to your calls, Margaret in Houston, Texas. Margaret, what did you think about the first anniversary of January 6th? What do you remember about that day?
Well, thank you for taking my call. I had the TV on all day, so I saw it start through finish. I watched the whole thing. But let's be honest. If you are a person, if all you watch is Republican right-wing TV channels, Fox, OAN, Newsmax, when they're not trafficking in conspiracy theories about January 6, 2021, you would think that January 6 never happened. And also, let's stop tiptoeing around the fact that those insurrectionists, stormtroopers who attacked our Capitol on January 6, 2021, were, if they voted, Republican voters. And that needs to be highlighted. I don't hear that being highlighted. And about an hour ago, you had a caller from Virginia who identified as a New Yorker who said he knew that Antifa was behind all this. Well, my point, why isn't he speaking with the FBI instead of calling into this show? He should be, if he knows who started it, which is just crap, that's just a conspiracy theory, he should be talking to the FBI. I agree with President Biden. Trump is, amongst other things, is a sore losing liar. And we need to stop this. We need to stop this now. And I really wish those of you would question these people more, Peter, when they call in with this conspiracy stuff. It is not healthy. People are dying. They are, getting shot over things like this. It's terrible. It's terrible what is going on in this country. And I think the media, you folks have a responsibility to set the record straight when it's blatant lies. You should not give any airtime to this Matt Gaetz, who allegedly is a sex trafficker, and Marjorie Taylor racist. I mean, come on, please. Let's be please be patriotic.
That's Margaret in Houston, Texas. And up next is Mike. And Mike is in Spokane, Washington. Mike, what do you remember about last January 6th, and what do you think its effect is on the country today?
Thank you for taking my call. I was very concerned with what's happening, just before January 6th. I have to tell you, I am an Iranian. I'm a refugee, and I left Iran close to 37 years ago, and through the mountains. And the reason I left Iran, it was not because of economy or any economical gain or loss. I left Iran because of freedom. And I found, freedom here in America. So January 6th, it is a very important. It has a very important meanings to me, and I'm sure to millions of immigrants and refugees. They have come to United States over the years. I kind of expected this to happen because of what was I was hearing from President Donald Trump. I mean, keywords like if I'm not elected, this election is rigged. That is I hope Republicans, the leaders, and those they follow him, they listen to those keywords and see why did he use those keywords a few years back before election happened. And if you go back to even from 2016 or when he was running for first time, there were a lot of keywords that I felt he's a troublemaker for United States. And he reminded me of someone in Iran as President Ahmadinejad. And for many people may remember 2008 when we had election in Iran, and there was some dispute between the election in Iran in 2008. And Donald Trump reminded me of that time in Iran.
All right.
So,
Mike, thank you for calling in this evening. Clyde, Eureka, California. Please go ahead with your thoughts about the first anniversary of January 6th.
Hello?
Please go ahead, Clyde.
Oh, thank you. What I remember of it is I was bewildered about how all those people were able to gather up in such a short time, and then they just went in and thrashed the Capitol. And what that Trump he made a speeches like now it's time to march up to the Capitol, and do it to it, and that's kind of what he was meaning. So, and what he was downstairs or someplace watching the old boob tube and saying, "Oh yeah, get him." Why wasn't he on the phone calling for the police or calling for more troops or helicopters to, come over and drop soldiers down and protect the country, protect the government?
So, what did you think of President Biden's speech today, Clyde?
Yeah, it was more real than all the talk that Trump did. To me, Biden spoke more truth to what is.
All right, thank you, sir, for calling in. Karanda, Charlotte, North Carolina. Karanda, you're on C-SPAN. We're looking at the events of January 6th and its first anniversary.
Yes, when I look at this over and over again, I've noticed what everybody else noticed. Why didn't they have anybody to come in? Donald Trump has the power to come in and to stop this. Instead, he glossed over what happened because he loved it. Now, Donald Trump, how could a man stand there and look up to heaven and say he was God? For a man to look into the cameras and say he has done more for black people than Jesus Christ has ever done. For a man to hold God's word upside down, he knew what he was doing. He was telling God that I'm better than you. I have the power. But Donald Trump, all of this stuff that he has done has come to light. The investigation of January 6th, the sex trafficking, the money laundering, all has one thing in common. There's a common denominator, and that is Donald Trump. His time is coming.
That's Karanda in Charlotte. The Wall Street Journal editorialized this morning on democracy and one of the themes that the Democrats have raised, which is that democracy has been threatened by January 6th. Democracy isn't dying was the lead in their editorial. The Capitol riot of January 6, 2021 was a national disgrace, but almost more dispiriting is the way America's two warring political tribes have responded. Democrats, led by Speaker Nancy Pelosi, seem intent on exploiting that day to retain power, while the Donald Trump wing of the GOP insists it was merely a protest march that got a little carried away. The members of the Senate and the House fled their chambers during the riot, but soon returned to certify the electoral votes. In other words, America's democratic institutions held up under pressure, the Wall Street Journal writes. They also held in the states in which GOP officials and legislators certified electoral votes despite Mr. Trump's complaints. And they held in the courts as judges rejected claims of election theft that lacked enough evidence. Democracy isn't dying, according to the Wall Street Journal. Mary in Independence, California. Did you watch today's events, and do you remember where you were last year at this time?
I remember distinctly where I was this time last year. I was crying as I watched the insurrectionists, and let's be very, very clear, these were insurrectionists attacking our Capitol. And just a little background, I am a registered Republican. For the first time in my life, I voted for a Democratic president. And it was not a vote for Biden, it was a vote against Trump, because for 20 years I conducted elections. And I was appalled in the spring of 2020, because I'm a bit of a political junkie because of my background. I was listening to Trump starting to denigrate mail ballot voting. All along, like in March 2020, when the pandemic was, we were starting to realize how serious it was, I knew that most of the polling place workers were elderly volunteers, those that would be most susceptible to COVID infection and possible death. I was thinking at that time, my God, these states have to do something to make mail ballot voting available to most people. Trump started in, because I think he knew he had a good chance of losing, of denigrating mail ballot voting, even though that's the way he preferred to vote. I agree with Biden when he stated that Trump built this lie over months. January 6th didn't start in a vacuum. And either Trump is the dumbest president that ever occupied the Oval Office if he believes this big lie, or he's the most evil. And the followers of Trump need to ask themselves that question.
Mary, do you think after a year of a Biden presidency, we're in better shape politically?
Absolutely not. All of the logic that I use, all of, explaining that there's 20,000 different ballot types in our nation in any given general election, and there's no mastermind that can rig an election, especially, as Biden pointed out, the down ballot votes that went for Republican governors and congressmen. There is no grand scheme, grand master that can rig an election. They don't believe it. They believe the stuff they read on whatever websites they're going to. It's a simplistic answer in order to justify their beliefs.
Thank you, Mary, for calling in and sharing your experience with us. Bonnie, Everett, Washington, January 6th, first anniversary. What are your thoughts?
I think that Biden did a wonderful job today speaking. I feel that President Trump lost legally. We all voted. I knew that Biden would win. I have friends that are Republican, and I'm a Democrat. And we work together, and we debate, and we talk like normal people do. And we try to understand, both sides. And I just feel that what happened today would never have happened had it not been Donald Trump. And I would like to see something work where everybody pays a price for what they did. I watched it on television. I believe in democracy. I believe in the republic. But I feel that unless we get both sides working together, we will not conquer this.
Thank you, ma'am. Tom, Montgomery, Texas. It's your time to reflect. What do you think?
Yes. My result, I was at home at that time and watched the events that they occurred. The only thing that I would say about what everybody has said about former President Donald Trump is that man produced. While he was in office, he produced. You have two people now, a president and vice president, that I need to ask America the very question. What have they done to make America better?
But Tom, let's go to January 6th. We're talking about January 6th. Do you think last year's attack on the Capitol was justified?
I am leading to that. I don't believe that the attack inside the Capitol was justified. No, I do not believe that. I feel very sorry for everyone that lost their lives during this episode. That was not right. That is not a democratic way of doing things. The only thing that I would say is this. Let me close basically with this idea. Kamala Harris brought up the voting rights bill that's before the Senate. The Senate has nothing to do with that. You need to read the Constitution. That's a state's rights, and that's where it should stay. I am definitely a Republican. I supported Trump, and I support President Trump now. I think he did the right thing. This was the wrong thing at our Capitol. It should not have occurred. We have to look at where our nation is and where we are going in the future. And the future is certainly not with the current president and vice president. Thank you very much.
In Montgomery, Texas. Well, at noon today, Speaker Pelosi presided over a so-called pro forma session of the House. Here it is. It's about 9 minutes in length.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kippen.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, these times are in your hands. Incline your ear to us and hear our prayers for our Congress, for our nation, for its people. As compatriots, we are too often separated by politics and perspectives, individual certainties and intractable opinions. On this anniversary of national discord and despair, send your healing spirit among us and tend to the dispiritedness and disagreement here within and around the people's house. This day, into your hands we commend our spirits of fear, anger, and uncertainty, and ask that you would revive in us our shared commitment to this country's highest ideals, its strength in its diversity, its power in its defense of the common good. On these virtues was our country founded, and for them countless heroes have sacrificed. Remind us, inspire us, the aggrieved, the skeptical, the disenfranchised, all of us, to hold true and remain worthy of this noble heritage. We offer the words of Abraham Lincoln, that once again we would emerge from our national turmoil with malice toward none and charity for all, with firmness in the right as you give us to see the right, to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves. Merciful God, restore to us this sacred obligation of unity and moral purpose. Inspire us to live lives which serve as a witness to your restoration and reconciliation. We pray your peace over your people. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Catherine. Pursuant to Section 11A of Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 829, no organization or legislative business will be conducted on this day. The chair will address the chamber. Today, 1 year ago, the Capitol and those who work within it were targeted in a violent insurrection that sought to undermine democracy. As we acknowledge the horror of that day, we honor the heroism of so many, particularly U.S. Capitol Police, institutional staff, floor leadership, committee, and member staff. We had a session this morning where we could say thank you to many of them. Unfortunately, COVID did not enable us to have the full House. We will have another time when the attending physician allows. But as we acknowledge the horror of that day, in the face of extreme danger, they all risked their safety for our democracy by protecting the Capitol complex, members, staff, press, etc., press within, safeguarding the ballots in those mahogany boxes to validate the election, and ensuring that Congress could accomplish our purpose and honor our duty to the Constitution and to our country. That day and in the days after, they were the defenders of our democracy, and their courage and patriotism remain an inspiration. Because of them, Congress was able to defeat the insurrection, to return to the Capitol that same night to ensure that the peaceful transfer of power took place. Because of them and our members, the insurrection failed. 1 year later, this sacred space where members legislate, children learn, visitors are welcomed, was defiled and damaged. We know that. As we reflect on that darkest day, we remember that the insurrection sought not only to attack the building, but to undermine democracy itself. When the violent assault was made on the Capitol, its purpose was to thwart Congress's constitutional duty to validate the electoral count and to ensure the peaceful transfer of power. But the assault did not deter us from our duty, I say again. In this Capitol, a symbol of democracy to the world, that evening, the Congress, because of the courage of all of you, rose to honor our oath and protect our democracy. We did so honoring the words of President Lincoln during the Civil War. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare us one or another. We hold the power, therefore we bear the responsibility, Lincoln said. Today, we accept responsibility as daunting and demanding as any that previous generations of leadership have faced. Since the January 6th insurrection, there have been continued assaults on our democracy, undermining the sanctity of the vote and the integrity of our elections, which are the basis of our democracy. Let us be true to the vision of our founders, who brilliantly established our democracy and made it a model for the world. Let us honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who protect that freedom with their lives. And let us remember the words of another president, our patriarch, President George Washington. When he delivered the Constitution to the Congress, he said this. He said, this Constitution represents the creation of a government which would allow for the continuation of rigorous debate, but relies upon the common sense and good faith of the American people to find the better angels of our nature. As we proceed, let us find our common ground, reach our nation's heights with liberty and justice for all, remembering the words of our great patriarch, and in the spirit that our chaplain referenced of President Lincoln, with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Let us acknowledge today, as I conclude, I want to acknowledge our fallen heroes of that day. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard Livingood, Metropolitan Officer Jeffrey Smith, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans of a later assault. Now I ask all members to rise for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 6:30 p.m. on Monday, January 10th, 2022.
And that event occurred at noon today in the House chamber. Looking down at the Speaker's podium, on the right is the Republican side. You saw two figures sitting in the first aisle there. It was Liz Cheney, who is part of the January 6th Select Committee, and another former member of Congress, her father, Vice President Dick Cheney. Reporters caught up with them in the halls of Congress afterwards.
Hey guys, get in the room. Republican leadership's handling of this, of the reaction to January 6th.
Well, it's not a leadership that resembles any of the folks I knew when I was here.
All right. Guys, give them some everybody, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hey, come on, guys, we need some space. Thank you. Thank you.
And reportedly the only two Republicans who attended that pro forma session. As we continue to look at the events that were held today in the Capitol, mainly by the House Democrats, we also are taking your calls here on the first anniversary of the January 6th Capitol attacks, which is also the first anniversary of the 2020 presidential election certification. Numbers are there on the screen. Go ahead and dial in that text number at the bottom. That's for text messages only. Please include your first name and your city if you would. Paul's in Yardley, Pennsylvania. Paul, did you watch today? What do you remember about last January 6th? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I do, Peter. Peter, I remember that night so distinctly. I remember watching Lindsey Graham and McCarthy, and I was so proud of both of them. I couldn't believe it. I said, yes, see, we are all Americans. And then to see them now change and become such sycophants of Trump, you go, what happened? And what I would like to speak to is what I don't understand is that I would like to speak to their children and their grandchildren and say, how in those families of the Republican senators and the Republican congresswomen, men and women, how can their children and grandchildren be proud of them that they didn't support democracy? And that legacy will go through their families for years and years to come. They will always know what their mother, their father, their grandfather and mother did to not support democracy. Don't they think about that? That's just my thought. I just don't know how they changed from what they did that night to where they are now, that no Republican showed up today except for the Cheneys, God bless them, and Kissinger, what he's doing. That's just my thought.
All right, that's Paul in Yardley, Pennsylvania. Some text messages that have come in. We'll begin with this from Susie in Fort Worth, Texas. I am most concerned for my children and grandchildren. Will we leave them with an unresolved January 6th? Will we leave them a broken democracy? If we continue to accept fiction over fact, choose to be a conspirator over an adversary, a lost America is inevitable. Democracy will survive, according to a 74-year-old senior citizen, retired lieutenant commander in the Navy from Seattle. I served in the military, Peace Corps, Job Corps, education, and HR to serve our citizens and our country. Many heroes served in world wars and other conflicts for freedom and democracy. Our country and democracy shall survive in spite of January 6th insurrection. We shall overcome and become even better. God bless America. And this from Hal in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Isn't the root of the problem education? Sadly, it seems like this country is not getting any smarter and forgetting its past. Back to your phone calls. This is Rolf in Washington State. Where in Washington State are you, Rolf?
I am in Linwood, Washington. Thank you.
All right, please go ahead. What do you think about today's activities on the first anniversary of January 6th?
It's wonderful to show the fact that we understand what happened on January 6th, and it's important to me that all of us think about this a bit. From the very beginning of that event, it was clear that every single speaker was trying to motivate that crowd to go to the Capitol and to do exactly what they did, unfortunately, to distort democracy and to overturn this election on behalf of Donald Trump. You know, I reflect on, if you can't beat them, cheat them, and I hate to say that. I don't want to degrade the nature of the network and, you know, what we talk about here, but this was a purposeful intent to override the will of the people and to subjugate us to the just violence of their acts so they could get their desired outcome. Excuse me for mincing words here. But it's not constitutional. It was in violation of the 13th Amendment, and it purposely came in to override our decision. That can't happen. We can't let it stand. Joe was trying to tell us today, stand up for your country. Don't let this happen. And so, with our votes, that's what we have to do. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for calling in. Richard, Worcester, Mass. Hi, Richard.
Hello. My response to this infamous day in American history, there have been some memorable days similar to this one, but this one was something that occurred right on our soil, right in our nation's capital. Something I will never see in my lifetime, or any lifetime for that matter, to see something like this. But quite honestly, I'm not really surprised or stunned by it, because I could see this coming now for years. This political divide and the conspiracy theorists that fed information, which is technological age we're in, that the reality of truth now is actually old-fashioned. That's an opinion from me. That they live in an alternate reality, and the alternate reality takes more significance than the truth you see, which they say lying eyes. That's a statement that I guess came from Groucho Marx at one time. But what's stunning about this day was that there was no response from anybody when this violence and madness was occurring. And I'm sitting and I'm looking at all of this, and I'm saying, they'll show up. Somebody will. I guarantee it. This is all going to stop. And it didn't. This went on for hours. Trump's behavior as a commander-in-chief over the last 4 years did not surprise me, considering all the stuff that he's been doing with his the people all around him, the Mannings, the Sterlings, the Meadows. And there's this complete irreversible of truth.
Richard, how closely are you following the January 6th investigation committee?
They have to get not only to what happened on that day, but what happened prior to it. They have to get to the roots. I was listening to these police officers today that were involved in this insurrection, and they were hurt physically. Some of them weren't, but they described they have to get in other words, they got to get the ringleaders. They got to get the people.
Thank you, Richard, for calling in. C-SPAN did replay from this summer some of the testimony at the January 6th Select Committee, and some of the police officers were testifying. All of that is available on our website at cspan.org. Now, former President Jimmy Carter wrote an op-ed this morning in the New York Times, and this kind of plays on what Richard was just talking about. Jimmy Carter, I fear for our democracy, is the headline in this editorial. And he talks about 4 points that he's worried about. The norms of fairness, the security of the ballot, identity politics, and then to go to what Richard was talking about, he's worried about social media. And I just want to read that one line from his op-ed. Lastly, the spread of disinformation, especially on social media, must be addressed. We must reform these platforms and get in the habit of seeking out accurate information. Corporate America and religious communities should encourage respect for democratic norms, participation in elections, and efforts to counter disinformation. Again, that's former President Jimmy Carter today in the New York Times. Melanie, Riverton, Wyoming. Hi, Melanie.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to really call in because I am a retired city clerk from West Jordan, Utah, and I conducted several elections, and I was the first one to start a vote-by-mail election. And I was very upset at the process that people felt that the vote-by-mail was invalid. I just feel that put the politics aside, and I say that also because I worked with many mayor and council members, nonpartisan, different policies, but we've got to get to the point in our country that elections are sacred. They're very, very sacred.
As a former county official, did you feel that the elections were secure and fair?
Absolutely. When I ran them in West Jordan, Utah, which is part of Salt Lake County, before I wanted to present it to my council members, I made sure and went and watched the entire process to make sure that it was valid, to make sure that there was security, to make sure that every vote counted, and if it was an invalid ballot, it didn't count.
Melanie, you're calling from Wyoming. What are your fellow Wyomingians saying about Liz Cheney and her participation in the January 6th committee and possibly her primary?
Well, I've lived here. I moved here a year ago, actually, in December from Utah. So I just have to say that I support Liz Cheney. I believe she's got an uphill battle. But as I've watched her living here now in Wyoming for 1 year, I am hopeful that the residents of Wyoming will see her honesty and her support for citizens of the United States, not just Wyoming.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Molly in Compton, California. Good evening to you, Molly. What do you remember about January 6th a year ago?
Oh, it was just shocking. I was watching it on TV, and when I saw it out here, we were just saying, I can't believe it. I couldn't believe that this was happening, and I just knew any minute the National Guards and the sheriffs and the police and everybody was going to show up, and I was beginning to pray for the people, the rioters, because I said, they're going to get killed. They can't do this. But I was 100% wrong. That was not what happened. And so, second of all, I know that President Trump and his cronies, they're saying that this past election was not fair. Yet everybody, like President Biden said, they accepted all the senators, all the governors, all the Congress people on the same ballot that he was on, and they accepted them and put them in office. What if the Democrats were to say, come 2024, because they're going to change the voting rights and everything. We say that it's not right, and we don't. Kamala Harris does not certify that election. Now, we could go tit for tat and toe to toe. We got that in 24, so we wouldn't have no president. But I would be so scared. I would be afraid that we would have a civil war, and I don't think that the Democrats would win. I believe that we've got to be honest, we've got to be fair, and we've got to make this election come out. And for Liz Cheney, I thank her and her father, because I was one of the ones back in the day when they had those hanging chads. I did call President Bush President-elect, but we never took to the streets. We just called him that. So I thank C-SPAN for covering it, recovering it. I've taped it because this is going to go down in history. C-SPAN is going to be going down as one of the ones that told us the truth and let us talk.
Well, we appreciate your many years of loyalty and watching us from Compton, California. Leonard's watching up in Northfield, Minnesota. Hi, Leonard.
Hey, that's right. I'm doing fine. I've been around a long time, guys, and in the area of higher education, and I know this is my area. I should not go out in politics because we've got a lot of assholes out there. And
That's Leonard in Northfield, Minnesota. Well, as we continue to take your calls this evening, we continue to also show you some of the events commemorating the first anniversary of January 6th. Up next, members of Congress, Democratic House members, spoke about their experiences at a forum this afternoon. Here are some of those members.
We must never forget, as traumatic as it was, it bears repeating for the American people to see the intentions of that day. Now we're going to hear from our members, and I want to thank Congressman Jason Crow. We all know him as an American patriot, serving our nation in uniform as an Army Ranger for 3 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan, where he received a Bronze Star, serving our nation in the Congress, including as an impeachment manager, and now serving as a nation as a leader in the caucus following the insurrection, including leading members' testimonials, which are vital to establishing and preserving the narrative of that day. My colleagues, please welcome Jason Crow. Jason Crow, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, colleagues, and most of all, friends. It is my honor to preside over today's testimonials by members of Congress about the events of January 6, 2021. The people you will hear from today come from around the country. They represent the rich diversity of our nation, and their voices strike true. They are, in my book, patriots whose dedication to our nation is total. Their courage inspires me every day. But more than anything, perhaps, they are my friends. It is said that truth dies when people stop speaking it. Well, it will not die on our watch. And with that, it is my honor to recognize Lisa Blunt Rochester from the state of Delaware.
Thank you, Jason. Madam Speaker, my dear, dear colleagues, and the American family, good afternoon. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by thanking you for the opportunity for all of us to gather today and for this occasion to properly contextualize for history the events of January 6, 2021. For me, January 6th will forever be known as a day of remembrance, reflection, and recommitment. I remember waking up that morning tense, but excited to participate and witness the certification of Delaware's first American president. It was the culmination of a hard-fought campaign in the midst of a historic pandemic. I had no idea that the safest, most secure election of our lifetime would on that day turn into a violent insurrection. January 6th for me will forever be a day to remember how the light of acts of courage, small and large, defeated darkness. Heroes, staffers, custodians, police. I will remember those who quite literally gave their lives, a day of reflection. I reflect on that day being trapped in the gallery, ultimately praying for all of our safety and peace in our nation. I also reflect on just how close we were to losing it, to losing our democracy. Those of us trapped in the gallery, we lived it, ducking, crawling under, over railings, hands, knees, the sounds, the smells. We had a front row seat to what lies, hate, or plain old misinformation conjures. We went from victims to witnesses, and today we are messengers. We reflect on the fact that January 6th was about so much more than an effort to break into a building. It was an effort to break down our institutions. And I must admit to you, my colleagues, that over this past year, there have been times when I felt that justice was not swift enough. I felt sad, I felt mad, I felt bewildered that some minimize the day and continue to minimize it. But we don't give up. Because in the words of poet William Cullen Bryant, and quoted by Martin Luther King, truth crushed to earth shall rise. Truth crushed to earth shall rise. So, on this day, let us recommit to our democracy and to each other. On the day that I was sworn into Congress, as many of my colleagues know, I was the first African American and the first woman from the state of Delaware elected to Congress, and I carried this scarf with me. It marked an X that my great-great-great-grandfather used to sign this Returns of Qualified Voter Registration of 1867 in Georgia. I also carried it on the day of the insurrection because it is my proof of what we have overcome. And it is my inspiration for what is yet to be done as we work towards a more perfect union. I continue to have hope even when I feel hopeless because my ancestors would have it no other way. And because Scripture tells us that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And while I remember a great deal that day, what I remember most is walking back onto the House floor, into the chamber that morning to complete our work, the morning when democracy prevailed. Remember, reflect, recommit.
Thank you, Lisa. Now I recognize Dan Kildee from the state of Michigan.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I first want to express my gratitude to the Capitol Police. As one of the members trapped in the House gallery on January 6th, you saved our lives. And by defending the Capitol, you literally saved our nation from a deadly mob determined to stop democracy. The law enforcement officers are the true heroes of January 6th, and every American, every single American owes them a great debt of gratitude. As I lay on the floor of the House gallery, and as I called my family to tell them I was safe, even though I was not sure that I was, it occurred to me that I was in the same spot where I sat 44 years earlier, as I watched my Uncle Dale being first sworn in to Congress. A beautiful memory. And now that memory is replaced by one of me sheltering myself from a violent mob, a mob whipped up by a former president pushing a cynical and dangerous lie, determined to overturn an election to keep us, Congress, from our constitutional duty to certify the election and ensure the peaceful transfer of power. As many of you know, for me personally, the path forward after January 6th has not been an easy one. It's been made more painful, however, by the fact that most of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to accommodate that big lie that was the predicate for the attack on our country. As the Speaker said, however, thankfully, gratefully, democracy won on that day. The insurrectionists lost. But January 6th is not over. January 6th is not behind us. The threat and the lie that fuels that threat continues to rear its head in other forms. That threat exists today in further threats of violence against elected and appointed officials meant to intimidate. That threat exists today in state legislatures and local clerks' offices across the country, where one party continues to try to undo the democratic process and make it harder for Americans to have their voices heard at the ballot box. If we, as members of Congress, all act with the same patriotism and courage that those brave law enforcement officers exemplified on January 6th, I know we can stop this ongoing effort to bend our democracy. But to truly protect our democracy, we need truth. Truth is clear as this shard of broken glass that I have carried with me for the last 365 days. Glass that I picked up from a broken window in the Capitol in the aftermath of January 6th as a reminder, constant reminder in my pocket of the brutality of that day. We must have truth. We must have accountability. Only truth and accountability will give us the opportunity to find a path toward reconciliation. Only truth will begin to thaw the bitterness that characterizes our current divisions. We live in an amazing place, the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. But our democracy is only what we make it. Our democracy does not run on autopilot. 1 year ago, we came dangerously close to an attack to stop our democracy from succeeding in our country and for our country to heal and to move forward. What we need in this country now more than ever, most of all, is truth and leaders who are willing to stand up for truth, even when it's hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Before I go to our next speaker, I was just informed that the parents of Officer Brian Sicknick, Charles and Gladys Sicknick, have joined us today. Would you please stand, Charles and Gladys, and be recognized? And for those of you joining us at home, Brian Sicknick was an officer who gave his life on January 6, 2021, in defense of this Capitol, in defense of many of us. And we sitting here owe your family a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. We will be there for you and your family going forward, and you are now a part of our family as well. It's now my honor to recognize my friend Annie Custer from the state of New Hampshire.
Madam Speaker, to my colleagues and friends, to the Sicknick family, and to America, 1,000 acts of courage saved my life and our democracy 1 year ago today in the January 6th attack on our Capitol. I am here today as both a survivor and a witness to the brutal and violent attack that threatened my life and continues to threaten the future of our democracy. America does not yet know just how close we, the members here in this room today, our nation, and our democracy, came to our demise that terrifying day. 1,000 acts of courage by the Capitol Police, by the DC Metro Police, by House staff, saved our lives and saved the future of our democracy. I was in the House gallery with my colleagues to witness the certification of the election of Joe Biden as our president and Kamala Harris as our historic vice president. We could hear the shouting and commotion in the hallway outside the gallery, and then the pounding on the door to the chamber as the members on the House floor were evacuated. Terror and adrenaline coursed through our bodies as we lay on the floor, hidden behind the gallery rail. I grabbed the hand of my colleague, Sarah Jacobs, just 31 years old on her 4th day of Congress. "Sarah," I whispered, "we have to crawl around this corner to get out of the line of fire." We were all terrified, and we thought that we would die. Suddenly, a Capitol Police officer shouted, "Run, run, 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 run." We scrambled across the entire length of the gallery, crouching down, ducking down under the railings, terrified by the pounding on the door and the shouting outside the chamber. A tall, brave officer grabbed 4 of us and said, "I will get you to the elevator. I will get you to safety." As we ducked into the elevator, just as the raging rioters came charging down that 3rd-floor hallway, 1,000 acts of courage saved my life and saved our democracy by moments, not minutes. Every struggle slowed the monstrous mob, saving our lives. What would they have done to us? 40 or 50 feet, seconds away from us, bear spray, tear us limb from limb, kidnap or kill 4 members of Congress, or many, many more. Seconds later, our colleague Jason Crow, a former Army Ranger, heard the commotion in the hall and commanded the police to lock that last gallery door. 24 members of Congress and a dozen or more journalists were pinned down for the next 8.5 minutes while the riot police finally subdued the terrorist mob. When my colleagues finally evacuated the gallery, the rioters were sprawled on the floor with guns to their heads, a combat scene that no one could begin to imagine in the halls of Congress. We survived that day. We are here today as survivors and witnesses. We returned to the chamber that night. At 3:30 a.m., we certified the election of President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. But let us never forget how close we came. Let us carry 1,000 acts of courage in our hearts and act to save our democracy today and every day. God bless America.
And that event with members of Congress sharing their experiences of January 6, 2021 was held this afternoon in the House, and it is available online. There were several other members who spoke, and you can watch all of that live.
Going to be a good president and everything. But then I realized he was just in it for the money to save his failing company. And what happens, he conned all these people to do this, storming the Capitol thing, talking like he was going to go with them and all that. And if you notice, he never went near that building. He went back to the White House to watch it on TV where it's nice and safe. And he suckered all these people into going in there and possibly getting killed or going to jail for this big lie, the big lie that he didn't want to give up the big money grab. And those Republicans that are behind him, they came out and said the truth when it first happened because they know what happened. The truth is what happened. They stormed the Capitol, and they were against him. And then a couple of days go by, and Trump starts to call them up and tells them, hey, I'm going to rip your spine out. You're going to be a little weasel, and you're going to do what I tell you to do. And that's what they're doing now. How do they look in the mirror and see themselves in the mirror and say, hey, am I a man or am I a weasel because I'm letting this guy con me out of a great job that I got in the Senate or the House Congress? I got this good job. But sooner or later, if you keep backing this con artist up with the lies, you're going to be out of a job, senators.
Mike,
and then you're going to realize.
Mike, do you think that former President Trump should be called in front of the January 6th investigation committee?
Sure. He should be held accountable. If somebody else did that, they'd be incited for, inciting a riot. This guy started a riot. He sent these people to go do his dirty work for him. Because he didn't want.
Mike in Parsippany, New Jersey, and this is Robert in Aurora, Indiana. Robert, what do you think about January 6th, the seminal date in American history?
Well, I watched the whole thing. I don't condone it, but I can tell you I knew this was coming. I'm 84 years old, and I've never seen such a corrupt government that we have. Both sides. Neither side has got any sense about running this country. Look at what we've got today. All these riots in these cities, people's businesses burned down, and police were killed in these cities. And they when they got to the front door of the people that's supposed to be running this country, they can't stand it. It's Trump's fault. It's their fault that they don't do their job. That's what makes me mad. I've spent 84 years working hard in this country. I'm an American. My dad, my uncle, my relatives served this country. And to have garbage like we've got going on right now, all these Democrats want to do is keep Trump from running again. Trump did his job, and they never were for him when he got elected. They said it was a corrupt election. Look what we got now.
All right, Robert in Aurora, Indiana, thank you for your input. David in Buena Park, California. David, it was a year ago that January 6th, the attack on the Capitol happened. What do you think?
Yeah, I've been a Trump supporter since the 80s, and if people would go back and watch some of the interviews with Ronna Barrett and Oprah and others like that, you'll see he's a good guy. And if you watch his TV show, you'll see that he's a straightforward guy. But what really bothers me, Yeah, I watched the January 6th from the beginning, and what I saw confused me because I've watched every Trump rally, and I've never seen a Trump supporter show up dressed in all black, carrying weapons and riot gear, helmets, face masks, gas masks. These people that showed up in that attire cannot be identified, but the ones that proudly came, the true Trump supporters that were there to voice their opinions patriotically and peacefully, they're the ones that got snagged. I have seen multiple videos of people with earpieces, people dressed like they work for the government. I'm questioning why 14,000 hours of video is being withheld. I'm wondering why all these Democrats that are calling and blaming Trump for what happened aren't blaming Nancy Pelosi for not calling out the National Guard, even after repeated requests from Trump and other staff members, including Mark Meadows. There's a lot going on that's wrong here. I don't support what happened on January 6th, but if it hadn't, you've seen the video of people dressed in black changing into Trump gear. You can tell the people that weren't Trump supporters because they were wearing brand new hats, brand new shirts, carrying brand new flags, and Trump supporters, you can tell that their equipment and their clothing is worn in because they're longtime supporters.
David, one of the things that Vice President Kamala Harris said in her speech is that January 6th should be equated with December 7th, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11 attacks. Do you agree with that?
My late father-in-law was in the Navy. He was at Pearl Harbor. His ship was bombed, but he survived. He was invited to the premiere of Tora, Tora, Tora as a Pearl Harbor survivor. I am thoroughly disgusted. And for all those people that died during 9/11, if they're Democrats, they ought to reconsider their party affiliation. This incapable woman has insulted so many people in this nation, and if you can't see how badly things have turned in the past year, you don't want to see it.
That's David in Buena Park, California, and this is George in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. George, please go ahead and tell us what you think about January 6th.
I watched the complete fiasco, and it brought tears to my eyes. But I'm calling because of the great question that everyone seems to have on their minds is why are the sycophants and the Republicans who aided and abetted this total taking of the Capitol on the 6th to overcome the election results. Now, the question being why in the first 24 hours, etc., everyone came on, McCarthy, etc., came on and putting down the whole idea. But they were so taken back when Trump lost the election. They had it in their minds that he was going to be the next president for the next 4 years and beyond. So they had to put on a good show for the first 24 hours, but they are still of a mind to back this man because of the idea that he will be president in 24.
That's George in Idaho. Bobby's in Lancaster, South Carolina. Bobby, what do you think of the legacy of January 6, 2021, and maybe some of the events today?
Well, I think that what happened on January 6th was terrible, and it upset me greatly. I thought that Trump was definitely the instigator of it, and the reason why, most of his supporters were a part of it. And I thought that Joe Biden did a great job today in his speech, and I think that we have to say the truth, whether it's pretty or not. We have to all come to grips with the fact that this was an insurrection and that our democracy is fragile, and we have to do any and everything we can to support the ongoing success of our democracy.
Now, Bobby, prior to January 6, 2021, were you a Trump supporter, a Republican, or anything?
No, I was not. I'm not as political as a lot of the people calling in tonight are or were. I have always voted for the person and not necessarily the party. And I just, from the day that Donald Trump was elected, I mean, I just was so upset when he got elected because I could just see what he was. And it just bothers me that still all these things have happened and people still just believe everything he says. And it really just mesmerizes me, to tell the truth.
All right, Bobby, thank you so much, ma'am, for calling in. We appreciate it. Leo is in Port Hueneme, California. Hi, Leo.
Hi.
January 6th.
Yes.
What are your reflections?
Oh, it is terrible. I have nothing good to say. I have a black cloud over the whole thing. Not. Hello?
Yeah, we're listening, Leo. Please just go ahead.
Oh, okay. And I've been watching this turmoil since Trump got in there. Every moment of the day, I'm just completely engrossed in politics and the chaos that our country is going through. I think that our Congress should take a different attitude toward Trump. Trump is nothing more than a mobster. He brought a mob mentality to the presidency. He's conducted himself in a way of a mobster. I'm afraid our country is going to have another civil war. If you go back, and I don't want to take up all this time, but if you go back and you go back to the reformation of when President Lincoln tried to get our country solved and back running again, our southern part of our country has never accepted it. They have created their own flag and worshiped the southern flag, the crosses of the flag, and the generals, southern generals, that did no more than what Trump and his cronies have done to our country now. Try to overthrow it and take it. They've tried to take it from a different way. They could not do it. So now the next plan of theirs, if they can't take it through the voting process, it will be a civil war. I'm confirmed belief in that. They've got their own guns. They've been building their guns up. So if they ever gets to the place to where it's going to be a physical war, they have guns. And they think they have enough guns to outshoot America's artillery.
All right, Leo in California, thank you for calling in. There was no official Republican response today to the January 6th, during the January 6th commemorations. In a little while, though, we are going to show you a response by two Republican members of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, both very strong Trump supporters. Robert in Petersburg, Virginia. Robert, please go ahead and make your comments about January 6th.
Thank you. Well, I'm an independent, and I'm a patriot, and I tell you, what Donald Trump done for this country, it did to this country, I think he's a traitor, and I think that the congressmen and the senators that are still backing him in a communist plot lie that believes that everybody can be brainwashed, and a lot of Americans can, evidently. But I think they all should be charged with treason, and the Justice Department should get in there and do it. I think this will never, ever go away as long as they get off, and I can't say a whole lot, but I know other people are waiting. So, but that's my comments, and thank you.
Robert, do you think the country is better politically after a year of the Biden administration?
Oh, no, I don't. Listen, what the Democrats and the progressives are doing to this country is wrong. There's a lot that needs to be done. What we need and what we don't have now is decent human beings to be up there and be politicians. this goes back to when this country when New York and the different groups was doing what they wanted to get political power, and this country I doubt if it'll ever be the same.
Next call is Carlina, Beaumont, Texas. Carlina, you're on C-SPAN. We want to hear what you think about what happened last year, last January 6th, and where we are today.
I'll be honest, last January 6th, I was in shock because in my little bubble world, there are certain places that are supposed to be untouchable. It's for me, it's a symbol. It's like strength. That's our strength. That's where everything happens. It's important to us. And a bunch of idiots, because they were directed by a man-child throwing a fit, totally disrespected everything. Not just Republican, Democrat, whatever. They disrespected our country above and beyond. There are lines in this world that you never cross, and that's one of them. And the fact that I know in my heart Trump did this because he didn't get his way proves he does not respect our government. He just wants to be the next tyrannical ruler that he can be. It's not about anything but what he wants and what they want. And I'm grateful that it got under control. I'm devastated that people were injured and lost their lives. It should never have gone that way.
Were you watching all the events today?
Not all of them. I've had one of my grandsons with me all day, so I've been having to peek in and out. But I have watched quite a bit.
Well, we're gonna play some more for you tonight. We'll continue to play a lot of the events from today as we go on through the evening. David, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, January 6th, 1 year later.
Yes, sir. I believe I've watched all of it on TV. I watched it on TV when it happened. It was a horrible thing that happened. I do not think it was all Trump supporters that done this. There was a lot of unidentified people there that has been charged with no crime. The biggest question I have is, the whole time Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was campaigning that led up to this, when people were rioting, burning buildings down, killing people, injuring people, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, all of them stood up there, keep fighting the fight, keep rioting, keep doing what you're doing to get us through. And there has been no stuff like y'all are doing over the Capitol. No one's going after all them people. No one's locking all them people up. What happened at the Capitol was horrible. I understand that. I agree with it 100%. I think it should not have happened. But I also believe that all of those folks that lost billions of dollars, buildings burned down, stores rioted, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi supported that 100%, stood on TV while they were campaigning. Keep rioting, keep fighting the fight. We can win this. It was all okay then, just like now. Everything that a Democrat does is okay. If a Republican does anything, it's not okay. Donald Trump had very unorthodox ways he done it, but the country was in 10 times better shape than it is right now under the Biden administration.
That's David in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Well, Matt Gaetz represents a district in Florida. Marjorie Taylor Greene represents a district in Georgia. They are both Republicans. They are both very strong Donald Trump supporters. They had a press conference late this afternoon to talk about January 6th. 1 year later, here they are.
Thank you all for joining us. We requested a larger room, but this was the largest room that we could get from Speaker Pelosi. So if you're uncomfortably cramped and not appropriately socially distanced, no, that was not by our hand. Congresswoman Green and I are not here to celebrate January 6th. We are not here to obsess about it, but we are here to expose the truth, to ask key questions about what happened on January 6th, who animated the violence, the extent to which the federal government may have been involved. We know this. January 6th last year wasn't an insurrection. No one has been charged with insurrection. No one has been charged with treason. But it very well may have been a Fedsurrection. We are very concerned that we have sent letter after letter to Attorney General Garland and FBI Director Wray to simply get to the bottom of unexplained circumstances where people are on the FBI most wanted list from January 6th, and then they fall off of that list. FBI Director Wray was asked under oath before the Congress about the federal assets and agents that were on the ground on January 6th, and he wouldn't provide clear answers. Attorney General Garland was asked in the Judiciary Committee by my colleague Thomas Massie about Ray Epps. He could have cleared up that circumstance and resolved these questions, but he declined to do so. It seems that senior officials in our Justice Department have no problem giving long speeches to try to politically target and smear those they disagree with, but they don't answer the questions that can get to the truth of what really happened on January 6th. I want to credit the reporting at Revolver News for having aggregated a number of the videos that I'm going to go through now that I think continue to ripen these very deep concerns that Congresswoman Green and I have, and I would ask you to play the first clip.
We need to go into the Capitol! Into the Capitol! What? Tomorrow? I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say. We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go to the Capitol. That person? Yeah. We need to go into the Capitol. I didn't see that coming. Okay. Monument Hill.
All right, no, David, one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
You don't need to get
Did you
shot.
arrest us all?
This is the very last thing that happens before the breach. You've got Ray Epps whispering into this guy's ear, and this is the moment of breach. You know, if you were the January 6th committee, wouldn't you want to know what Ray Epps whispered into that individual's ear? And here, this is the moment of breach. Epps, part of the breach squad. So, I mean, this is just the information that has been pieced together by citizens, by small media outlets. Imagine if we actually had the powers of the January 6th committee, the powers of the federal government to understand why Ray Epps, the evening of the 5th, is out telling people dispassionately, professionally, with laser focus that the objective is to enter the United States Capitol building. And then on the 6th, it's not the Proud Boys who engage in the initial breach, it's Ray Epps at that precise moment. Now, Ray Epps was originally on the FBI's list of most wanted individuals after the initial events on January 6th. But then the day after, Revolver News publishes an explosive report about Stewart Rhodes, who's involved with the Oath Keepers, then all of a sudden Ray Epps' name falls off the list. We've sent letters asking questions about that unexplainable circumstance, and the FBI and the Justice Department have given us no illuminating information. But it wasn't just Ray Epps who appears to be on video animating violence this day in the absence of consequence. Please play the next clip. Here you have fence being cut. removed by this individual right here with the backpack. Look, professionally, not whipped up in the crowd, just taking fence down. Now, just moments ago, Congresswoman Green and I went to this specific location outside, and we demonstrated how easy it could have been that an individual might have listened to the president's remarks, arrived at the breach site, seen that fencing was removed, and then might have been drawn into a place that they weren't supposed to be and maybe never intended to be. But that individual, the fence cutter that we saw in that last video, nowhere on the FBI's wanted list. No evidence that person's been questioned. January 6th committee doesn't want to talk to them. Why would that person be doing something that so dramatically impacted the acuity of the criminal conduct and then no consequence? But they weren't alone. In an elevated position, on the top of scaffolding that had been set up for the media for observance of that day, we have someone the internet has kind of identified as scaffold commander, giving persistent instruction to the crowd that had gathered. Play the next clip.
Don't just stand there. Move forward. Help somebody over the wall. Move forward. Come on, cowboy. Let's go, cowboy.
And the next clip, I believe, is also. And the next image. And it's not like we don't know who this guy is. The very individual who is directing the crowd to fill the Capitol with persistence, with focus, is this person. I saw recently that the federal government is engaged in all type of contracting services with facial recognition companies, and you're telling me they can't find this guy in what Attorney General Garland and Director Wray say is the most expansive, the most comprehensive investigation in America's history? Look, there may be a perfectly good explanation for why these individuals, appearing to act in concert of purpose, have had very bizarre lacking in their interaction with the federal government, but we deserve those answers. And tens of millions of Americans should not be targeted and smeared and lied about until we get them. Congresswoman Green and I were not on the grounds this day. We did not speak at the Ellipse this day because she and I had a very specific focus for the debate. Congressman Jordan was preparing to lead a floor effort where different teams would present affidavits and evidence and legal precedent and would review judicial rulings that we thought missed the point of jurisdiction. We were ready to go make those arguments on the floor, on television, for all of America to see as part of our objection to electors from states that we did not believe ran clean elections. We wanted to point out the unilateral changes that occurred in election law that we thought were unconstitutional and illegal. And Congresswoman Green and I were working together specifically on the state of Michigan. So we did not show up on January 6th cheerleading for, hoping for any type of violence or disruption. To the contrary, we wanted to follow the constitutional process to be able to make our arguments, and unfortunately, that was the true disruption of what occurred on January 6th. I mean, Joe Biden's certification still occurred on January 6th, but we were deprived of the opportunity to make our argument to the country about election integrity. And that is the very same constitutional process that was contemplated when Jim McGovern, the Democrat chairman of the Rules Committee, literally got up and objected in 2017 to the state of Alabama, a state that Donald Trump won by over 40 points. So when they do it, they're making a principled point, and when we do it, they try to smear us and tens of millions of Americans as insurrectionists. And that's why Marjorie and I are here today, because we did not want the Republican voice to go unheard, and we did not want today's historical narrative to be hijacked and captured by those who were the true insurrectionists. Congresswoman Green?
Thank you very much. And I think that's an incredible point that Congressman Gates just made. It's very important for the Republican voice to go to be heard today, because it's the Republican voice and the Republican voter and the Trump supporter that has been smeared constantly over this past year. I want you all to know that on January 6th, I was very upset with what happened that day, and it was because it completely interrupted the work that we had worked very hard on all throughout Christmas, preparing for January 6th to object on behalf of Americans that felt their votes had been stolen. And I think it's important to recognize that our own Federal Election Commission has an error rate by law that is 0.0008%. And it's important to point out that elections are very serious, and they're taken that way by all Americans. Don't forget that Bernie Sanders felt that his election was stolen by Hillary Clinton. Don't forget that Hillary Clinton forgot that her election was stolen. And I'll tell you, being from Georgia, Stacey Abrams still thinks she won in 2018, and she's running again. But here's some things that we do need to discuss. You know, I'm one of those people, and I'm not shy to tell you, I don't trust our government. And that's another reason why I ran for Congress, is because I felt like it's our government that is screwing everything up for the American people. But after what we've seen on January 6th and the videos that Congressman Gates just walked through, I can tell you right now I don't trust our government even more. When I went through the D.C. jail, I'll tell you who I did not see. I did not see Ray Epps. I didn't see him in there wasting away for months on end, being denied his due process rights, being denied the ability to see his family, to get medical treatment, to get a haircut and shave. I didn't see him in there. You know who else I didn't see? I didn't see a man named John Sullivan, a man that has participated in Antifa, BLM riots and the whole entire movement, but then all of a sudden decided to be a Trump supporter on January 6th. The same guy that was in the Capitol and filmed Ashley Babbitt's murder and then sold his videos to media outlets. He's not in the D.C. jail under Deputy Warden Kathleen Landerkin. So I think we have a lot of questions to ask, and the people that should be answering the questions is our FBI and our Department of Justice. I want to point some things out to you all. With the U.S. Capitol riot, there is over 725 arrests that I know of, and only one case has been dropped. For BLM Antifa riots, there were over 16,240 arrests, and over 90% of those cases have been dropped. What's the difference there, everyone? I'll tell you. For the BLM Antifa riots and violence, the victims were the American people and communities and cities all across our country. But on January 6th, you know who the victim was? It was the Capitol and the members of Congress inside. My question is this: why is this Congress obsessed with itself and cares nothing about the American people? This is a two-tiered justice system that should never exist in our country, and I'm fed up with it, and so are Americans all over the country. Now, let's talk a little bit more about the FBI. They have quite a history of doing things. Remember, in Governor Whitmer's kidnapping plot, I can tell you that we know there were 12 FBI informants involved in that group, and we don't know how many federal agents were involved. Don't forget about the Bundy Ranch affair, where there were 15 FBI informants involved, and we don't know how many actual agents. But we can go back further. Another example would be in 1968 at the Democratic National Convention, where there were 10,000 protesters, and 1 out of 6 were federal undercover agents. You do the math, and that's approximately 1,600 federal agents at this protest in 1968 at the Democratic National Convention. Here at the Capitol security breach, we don't know how many federal informants, FBI agents of people in other agencies. We don't know those numbers because we have a January 6th committee that is unwilling and refusing to ask those serious questions. Now, what is our FBI doing? And why is the Department of Justice going along with it? And I think the question that really should be asked is an informant also involved in making the plans for these types of things and violence and a security breach at the Capitol? Are they just an informant sitting quietly in meetings and listening to plans? Or are they actually taking part in planning these things? I think we can see, and it's very obvious with the videos that we have just seen today, that Ray Epps definitely organized and told people to go in and incited people to do the breach of the Capitol, but yet he has not been charged. So there's a lot to be answered for. Now, we have Christopher Wray of the FBI and Merrick Garland of the Department of Justice, who we see are currently going after everyone involved, and they seem to think that this is the biggest investigation that they've ever needed to undertake in United States history. Well, you know what I think needs to be the biggest investigation that in United States history is what is going on at the FBI and what is happening in the Department of Justice. And the American people deserve those answers, because it's the American people and the taxpayers that pay for all of it. Now, I don't want to have anything to do with a government that is going to be so obsessed with overturning regime change in our own country when it should be serving the American people, protecting their constitutional rights and individual freedoms. Now, that's not something that should divide people by political parties. I think that's something that should bring people together. So I think that going forward with the January 6th committee, when Republicans take back the House, as we all are upset about any type of violence and riots in this country, we should have a January 6th committee that looks for the truth instead of protecting its own and working on its own political goals. And when we talk about elections in our country, we need to make sure that they're safe and no one's vote gets stolen, and that ID is shown to vote, and that they don't use riots to achieve some sort of legislation. Because if Democrats cared about riots, they would have cared about the Antifa BLM riots all over the country in 2020. They would have worked hard and demanded that they stopped. But instead, they promoted them. And even Ilhan Omar, a member of Congress, and our sitting Vice President Kamala Harris posted bail bond links bailing out rioters so they could go back and do it again on the streets. Now, while Republicans are being attacked and the Democrats are attacking people and calling in with subpoenas, subpoenaing their phone records and banking records, I think it's very important to point out you haven't seen Republicans bailing out rioters, as very much matter-of-factly and sadly so. Hardly any Republicans have paid attention to the people that are being held months on end with no one caring about them, their families being left to defend themselves and pay for attorney bills, and they're wasting away in jail. I think due process is extremely important. I think that our pretrial rights are important for every single person that is charged with crimes in our country. And I think it is imperative, and it is your responsibility as members of the media to call attention to this, because it should never happen to anyone, and I don't care what their politics are. So with that, we'll take a few questions.
Can I ask you, did you actually listen, Congresswoman, to the President's speech this morning? And do you acknowledge at a minimum that it's time for reflection, or do you repudiate and reject every single thing that the President said?
I think clearly we are reflecting. This is exactly what we're doing today. We are clearly reflecting. As a matter of fact, this is all we reflect on. And again, I'll go back to why don't we reflect on the riots that the American people endured?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, in front of you was first. Go ahead.
So tonight there's a visual at the DC jail on behalf of the rioters who are in jail. Do either of you plan to go, and if not, why not?
Our plan is to be here with you. Our plan earlier today was to travel out to the original breach site and the places where some of these videos were captured, but we do not have plans this evening for that. Yes, ma'am.
You said that the victims here at the January 6th attack was lawmakers, and that's why there's so much focus on this attack. But what about the 140 police officers that were injured? Can you tell me a little bit about your reactions when you saw the footage of the police officers being assaulted, and if you have any words for them today, a year after?
Yeah, I'll say the same thing I've said all year long. I'll say the same thing I said starting that day. It was appalling. And I want to know why the National Guard was not outside the Capitol. I am furious at that. And I want you to know that members of Congress and definitely the Speaker of the House, she knew that there was going to be violence that day. President Trump requested the National Guard. So did others. They knew things were going to happen, but for some reason they thought that optics would look bad if they had the National Guard there. Yes, as a freshman member of Congress, only a few days on the job, yeah, I'm angry the National Guard wasn't out there and they left the Capitol Police as sitting ducks to have to deal with all of this.
And
completely wrong.
I would add to that, what if those Capitol Police officers are victims of people like Ray Epps?
Absolutely.
What if they're victims of an orchestrated effort by the FBI or other federal law enforcement to increase the criminal acuity of that day? So I would suggest that every officer that was harmed that day would likely be served well by answering these questions that Attorney General Garland and Director Wray refused to answer.
What if they were victims of
Senator Ted Cruz said yesterday that January 6th was a terrorist attack. Do you agree with him?
Absolutely not. I think Senator Cruz is smart enough to know, since he's an attorney, that no one's been charged with terrorism, just like no one has been charged with insurrection. I think that was very irresponsible of him to call them terrorists, and I completely disagree.
And the establishment will never love you, Ted. You know, you can bend over at bended knee for them, but they're just not going to love you. I think that was maybe an effort by the good senator, who we agree with on many things, to recast himself in the eyes of some of the folks in your profession. But we didn't find it particularly factual or sincere. John?
What I heard Senator Cruz say was that he said the Democratic Party wants all Republicans to be seen as terrorists. That's what I heard when I spoke to him. But I wanted to ask you about the Attorney General. He had a press conference in which said the Justice Department remains committed to holding all January 6 perpetrators at any level accountable under law, whether they were present that day or otherwise criminally responsible for the assault on our democracy. We will follow the facts wherever they lead. What do you make of that press conference? The Attorney General speaking out the day before January 6th.
It was very frustrating for me as a member of the Judiciary Committee because the Attorney General wouldn't answer Congressman Thomas Massey's direct question about where the facts and the law led. We're worried that this might not be a crime so much as it is a cover-up in some circumstances as it relates to some people. And it is challenging constitutionally to deal with the fact that you may have had Department of Justice and FBI assets and informants really increasing the degree of criminality on this day. And who's supposed to look into them? Well, the Congress is. And there was likely a time, John, when I believed that the Republicans should disband this January 6th committee the moment we take power after the 2022 elections. But increasingly, I'm of the view that we have to convert it to a proper purpose to follow the facts and the law when the Department of Justice has not been forthcoming when members of Congress have asked questions under oath.
Mr. Gates, do you think there would have been no riot if there hadn't been federal officers somehow involved in the crowd?
That is the operative question. And if you note, I would point you to, hold on. I would point to the video that we just showed. I would say take these videos and present them to the skeptics and show them Ray Epps at the moment of breach. There was no breach prior to the video that I showed you, that initial video. And so at the moment of breach, you have Epps instigating, pushing, directing, describing exactly what should happen. I think that the question you asked is the operative question, and unfortunately the January 6th committee seems to be focused on everything else.
You're saying the federal government caused the riot at the Capitol?
I do not believe that there would have been the same level of criminal acuity on January 6th of last year, but for the involvement of the federal government. I don't think there would have been a kidnapping plot of Governor Whitmer without the involvement of the federal government. And increasingly, we are starting to see pattern recognition, where the federal government inserts themselves into these organizations through assets, informants, at times possibly agents, and then those people become not spectators or witnesses to those events, but they become the very animators of those events. That seems to be precisely the evidence that I just showed you regarding Ray Epps. I'm sorry. Let's let everybody get one before we go back. Yes.
Just to zoom out on Arthur's question, your theory of the case is that Donald Trump actually won the election. The federal government organized a breach of the Capitol to disrupt the results being challenged on January 6th.
I think you've imputed a motive that I think we still have to investigate. remember, what Congresswoman Green and I are calling for is for Republicans to take power and utilize the January 6th committee to answer those questions as to motive. What I find very circumspect is in the face of this direct captured evidence, and when presented with direct questions under oath, we get obfuscation from the Attorney General and the FBI Director. That is very suspicious to us. We're not ready to try and convict anyone, but these are the operative questions, not whether or not there were coup plotters who wanted to formulate an argument for the floor of the House.
But you know, you're a lawyer. That's your working theory of the case. That, as you said, you had these plans to offer up objections, and they all got disrupted because the federal government sent it.
There could be an alternate motive. The motive of the federal government may not have been to disrupt that debate, but to ensnare, target, and trash a political movement. We saw during the civil rights era, the Department of Justice, the FBI, insert themselves into the people around civil rights leaders that they were concerned about, that they thought were agitators, that they thought were communists. And then we saw those actions of some of those federal assets increase suspicion and basis for investigation. During the Russia hoax, we saw, the FBI not as a victim of lying Russians, but actually seeding those lies to justify their own action. And you see that through the spoken indictments of Durham. So this wasn't a one-off on January 6th. As Congresswoman Green laid out and as I've just laid out, we believe there's a pattern and practice where assets, agents, and informants of the federal government are central to the criminal activity, and but for their involvement, that activity would have been at a minimum at a lower acuity. Yes. Sure.
What do you make of the fact that so few of the fellow Republicans are in D.C. today?
I can't answer for them. And I think it's important to let them answer that question themselves. Unfortunately, Republicans don't seem to want to go into the truth like Congressman Gates and I are. We will not stand here and be lied about, and that's what's happening. We're watching it all over the news today, and we've seen it for the past year. I'm not one that's going to just sit there and take and duck and hide under cover when the mainstream media and the Democrat Party wants to label people and tell lies about us. We're here because we want to get out in front and say we think there's real questions that do need to be asked. Another thing is I'll never answer for someone else's motive and what they did on January 6th because I have no idea. The only thing that we cared about and we're working on, again, was looking into election fraud, and we were objecting and had worked very hard on the state of Michigan on behalf of those people that had signed their names at risk of perjuring themselves over what they had said they'd seen election fraud. I think that's extremely important. So as far as anyone's motive, and we're not going to defend people that broke laws on January 6th. I certainly don't want to do that. I don't like any riots, and I don't care what they're for. What I want to know is, was our government involved, and why? Why on earth would they do that? And if so, there's something that needs to be done about it.
Yes, sir, in the back.
Now that so many audits and other checks have been done, do you acknowledge that Joe Biden won the election and is the legitimate president?
You want to know something? I've introduced 4 different sets of articles of impeachment. I think it's very clear that I think Joe Biden is the president. I mean, if I'm trying to impeach him, I think it's clear that I think he's the president. Yes, he was on January 6th. His electoral college votes were confirmed, and he was sworn in later on in January. I think that's a silly question to ask.
Yeah.
What do you think of President Biden's new direct tone today in his speech, putting blame directly on Mr. Trump for January 6th?
He didn't even say his name. When I blame people, I typically use their name, so I'd probably reject the premise of the question.
But following on from that metaphor that he used, that Donald Trump and his supporters by implication were holding a dagger to the throat of American democracy, what was your reaction to that?
Ludicrous. We are here to vindicate our democracy, to ensure that people in the national security apparatus don't delegitimize, target, abuse, and torture an entire political movement of tens of millions of Americans. I also don't think it was a particularly new tone. It sort of seemed like the normal speech in decline for a man in decline. Yes, ma'am.
Following up on Ted Cruz's comments, I've seen some pushback to not even calling January 6th a terrorist attack, but just an attack by itself from much of what I consider the base of the right. Are you worried that there are people who don't understand the severity of what happened as far as the violence on that
Well,
day.
we're worried there are a lot of folks who don't understand the severity of what happened, particularly if it was so severe that it was being animated and encouraged by assets of the federal government. That would be a far greater scandal than anything that the Democrats have talked about or even that other Republicans have talked about. Congresswoman Green and I have acknowledged from the very beginning of this day to our time out at the breach site that we oppose violence, that this was a violent day, that it was not a good day, it is not a day we are celebrating, and we condemn political violence in all of its forms, full stop.
So what is your message to the people that say, well, January 6th, people just walked into the Capitol and took a look around?
I say we need to release the over 14,000 hours of videotape that the American taxpayers pay for. You know who pays for this building? The American taxpayers. They pay for those video surveillance cameras and they own the footage. If there's nothing to hide, release it. We have constantly called for it to be released. We should release all of that video and then America can judge for themselves. But another thing is, I think we need to remember the violent riots and the over 16,000 charges for the Antifa and BLM riots. Again, why don't riots against American citizens matter, but yet the riot on January 6th is the only thing that just reigns the discussion? Here's something for you all. What if the FBI was involved? What if Ray Epps and what he was doing and this man that was on the scaffolding and John Sullivan and other bad actors like them, what if that caused a member of the press to get killed? What would you all be saying about that? So what kind of responsibility would you be placing on the FBI or any kind of other federal agency if a member of the press had been killed that day because of violence that they had caused to action? I mean, I think this is a serious question. You all work here every single day, just like we do. You walk these halls. This is the place where you gather information and do your job. So your safety was also at risk that day too. And if our federal government was involved in doing so, I think that's something that you should be very upset about.
Congressman, can I ask, do you believe that the man who just got 5 years for throwing a fire extinguisher at a police officer was an undercover federal agent?
I'm sorry.
We're not familiar with that particular case.
Well, it's one of the cases that's just been settled. 5 years for throwing a fire extinguisher.
For throwing a fire extinguisher?
We're not here to litigate any particular case.
Yes.
We're no one's lawyer. We're no one's advocate. We're here to speak to the conditions that existed on that day, to the civil rights of people who have been deprived access to medical care, religious services. But we're not going to get into the facts of any one particular defendant. We have brought video evidence to display to you in the world, and we think that those are the specific cases that would probably warrant the most thorough review.
Yes.
Well, right.
Yes,
that's what I'm showing you. But you're here talking about a case that
I'm
that we weren't
unfamiliar
involved
with
in
it.
adjudicating.
Yes.
If Republicans take back the House, what kind of investigations might you launch involving this or any other sort of related issues?
Well, we're going to encourage Republican leadership to utilize the January 6th committee correctly to answer the questions regarding potential federal involvement. That goes to the top of the list. I am also heartened that Congressman Jim Jordan has publicly committed to starting an oversight and investigation subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee, and I believe that that could foster some very productive work regarding what's happening at the FBI and DOJ and perhaps other federal entities that were involved on that day. Yes, sir.
You briefly mentioned Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers. What is your current opinion of the Oath Keepers and their role in the breach?
I think it's something that warrants a good deal of review, but it's very suspicious to us that Stuart Rhodes is sort of like the Forrest Gump of a lot of these operations. He appears in strange circumstances, is involved in organizing activity, and then seems to always escape any specific charge or accountability. And it beckons the question whether or not Stuart Rhodes is in fact a federal asset or informant. And we would like a direct answer to that question. I mean, Ray Epps and Stuart Rhodes were part of the same organization. The Epps video is very compelling, and we think the Rhodes case is also warranting a further inquiry. Yes, sir, Brian?
As we sit here right now, what is the next step for the January 6th detainees? What does the future look like for those guys?
Well, again, I encourage everyone to go to green.house.gov. Green has an E on the end. That is where you can read the DC jail report that we worked very hard to get the information out on what's happening and how these people's due process rights are being violated. But it's also about the entire DC jail. The DC jail has quite a history of being just a terrible place, treating prisoners badly. Well before January 6th, pretrial detainees or defendants are being held there. Going forward, no one is defending these people. They are languishing in jail. They're awaiting their trials. Many of their trials are much later on. So unfortunately, it's a very sad case until more attention is being drawn to it and until more people care to step in and help. And I really honestly hope they do.
What do you say to those who say that these are just further conspiracy theories about the FBI being involved, that you've been spreading about the election in order to fundraise money? Because you both have...
Well, I mean, I'm familiar
with... You mean like Russian collusion?
Yeah, I'm familiar with being called a conspiracy theorist because when I got here in 2017 and in 2018, when I was making the claim, oftentimes alone, that it wasn't Trump colluding with Russia, it was in fact the Clinton apparatus and the DNC that was colluding with Russians to tell lies about Trump. Oh, everybody said I was a big conspiracy theorist then, but now we're starting to see through the Durham indictments that is precisely what happened. So kind of the arc of the DC narrative is first y'all call me a conspiracy theorist, and then months and years later, these things turn out to be true. Because I expected that criticism, we brought evidence. We brought video. And I would say, send it to the critics. Send it to all the folks who produce the mainstream media primetime shows. You know, they want to run a whole lot of video from January 6th, but I'm willing to bet you won't see these videos run on primetime, and they should be, because it shows the American people that there was a lot more going on and that the game you're watching is not the game being played. We'll do one more question, and then...
he had his hand up.
Okay, sure.
I have a question about President Trump. So you all are making the case here that, in your words, this was a Fed insurrection, some sort of federally instigated event. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, that is not the case that President Trump himself makes about this. He, sees this as an outpouring of support from his followers and says that the real insurrection was on November 3rd. I haven't seen him make the argument that this was some sort of federally instigated thing.
We're not only limited to the arguments that former President Trump makes. We're entitled to make our own
arguments, yes.
Why do they believe you and not former President Trump?
Believe the evidence.
I don't think it's one or the other. I think that's the wrong premise to take here. We were both really looking forward to President Trump's press conference tonight. Unfortunately, I think he got some bad advice in canceling it. We wish that he had done that so that people could have asked him these questions. But just like Congressman Gates just said, as members of Congress and representatives, we are going to be asking our own questions, and we don't have to fall in line behind anyone in the types of questions we're asking.
Yeah. We don't talk about our conversations with the president with you guys in every circumstance.
Yep.
You ready?
Thank you,
guys.
everyone.
Thank you.
This is going to fall.
And that was Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, two Republican members of Congress, late this afternoon in their press conference. It was not an official Republican response to January 6th or the anniversary today, but that is one that they held. We've been showing you events from all day long commemoration of the January 6th Capitol attacks. That was one of the events. Coming up, we're going to show you some historians talking about insurrection and civil war in America and how that may or may not relate to January 6th. We're also going to show you President Biden's remarks from this morning at the Capitol. So that's all coming up. And in the meantime, we're going to continue to take your calls and hear your voices. 202 is the area code. 748-8920 for those of you in the East and Central time zones. 202-748-8921 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. If you can't get through on the phone line, still want to make a comment, try text message. 202-748-8903. Again, that's for text messages only. Please include your first name and your city. The conversation continues on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, @C-SPAN is our handle there, and that's what you need to search for. This text came in from an S. Brinkley, who identifies senior Army veteran S. Brinkley Sr., Army veteran, Montgomery, Alabama. And he or she says, there has to be accountability and examples made from Donald Trump, senators, congressmen, and women and down for the world to see, so that if any persons are to ever consider trying this again, they'll know what the consequences will be. Amir in Pacoima, California. What's your reaction to this first anniversary of January 6th or the events of January 6th themselves?
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation towards you and C-SPAN for covering this in this kind of a forum. As far as the January 6th events that took place, I'm independent. I'm not siding with either side. But, from what I see, from my perspective, one needs to take into account everything that led up to that January 6th date. In specific, before COVID came, we had the strongest USA ever, hands down, economy, military, and everything, employment. And then COVID came and then shutdowns came. George Floyd situation happened, and that was used as an excuse to, actually cause a true insurrection by way of many months of riots that were actually taking place. It's unfortunate that, police brutality does exist in America, but it's like a very small percentage in comparison to the majority of police interactions that take place on a daily. Many months, people were getting killed. Their businesses were being torn down, burned. They took over cities and blocks in Portland, Oregon, in Seattle, and the media didn't necessarily cover that. Now, the way I see it is on election night, they were counting the votes, and then they stopped counting. And I've never seen that in my lifetime. I'm 45 years old. Usually, you pretty much know who the president is by the time the night ends. They stopped counting, and in the middle of the night, there was a dump that took place to the point where it put Biden in the lead. Now, that was somewhat suspicious. The problem is that the narrative is recount the votes. But the issue is if you're recounting the same fraudulent ballots, it doesn't make a difference. We as Americans, either side, Trump, Biden, whatever, we need an audit, a national audit, just to, bury the hatchet. Because if you continue going along this path, it's not going to be good for the country. Now, you have to ask yourself, why were these Americans upset? Look at the year that's been had since Biden has been in office. The socialist agenda, the Afghanistan withdrawal, the economy going down, inflation 6.8% year over year. And, you can blame the infusion of cash that we had injected. But, the policies that were initiated are detrimental to the United States. So sticking solely to the January 6th events, people are passionate about this because they see the things that Trump did. Hispanic Prosperity Initiative, $500 billion for the Latino advancement, Platinum Plan, $500 billion for Black advancement, criminal justice reform, opportunity zones. Majority of the people that are responding are based more on emotion, and emotion is dangerous. We have to think more logically. Okay.
All right, Amir, we're going to have to leave it there. We appreciate you sharing your viewpoint with us from California. Sherry, Loudon, New Hampshire. Good evening to you.
Yes, hi, how are you? Thank you for taking my call.
Please go ahead.
My comment about today, it was kind of like the first anniversary of 9/11. And I honestly believe that, yes, January 6th is now a day that will be etched in everyone's memory, just like September 11th, just like December 7th. That was, it was surreal. I was sitting here watching it on television and in complete and total awe of what I was seeing. I could not believe it. I'm a veteran of the United States Coast Guard, and although I was discharged years ago, I feel as though my oath never expires. And I took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. What I saw was nothing less than domestic terrorism, and it was incomprehensible that it even occurred. as far as the video that you just played, I honestly feel that those are probably the least credible people in the entire Capitol building. He's being investigated for sexual whatever with underage girls. She's not even serving on a committee, and we all know that she discriminates against colleagues who are of various minorities or other religions. Everything that they were talking in their video is just, it makes no sense. They're talking about the FBI. The FBI's involved. It was a government cover-up. Well, it occurred during Trump's watch. Biden hadn't been sworn in yet. It occurred on his watch.
All right, Sherry, thanks for sharing your viewpoint. Peggy, Dunellen, Florida. It's the first anniversary of the January 6th Capitol attacks. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, it was a horrible day, and I think it was a horrible day for every American. Reliving it, that day, I sat at my TV glued, and I was traumatized by what was happening. Everyone has, their opinion about what happened. I just want to say, I think we should ask ourselves, if a shepherd leads the sheep to the cliff and they jump, whose fault is it? Is it the sheep's fault or the shepherd's fault? But my question really is, who benefited by what happened? Because it seems to me neither side did. And that's what we should all take home with us. We really need to think about that. This is America. We need to come together as a country and figure out what happened that day and make sure it never happens again.
Thank you, ma'am. Gordon, Laramie, Wyoming. Good evening.
Hey, Peter. Thanks for your service, and thanks for C-SPAN. I'm guilty of texting earlier, so if you come across it, you can ignore it.
All right.
I'm a Wyoming Republican, and I'm a big Liz Cheney supporter. The big reason that was not an official Republican response with Gates and Green is we just don't consider them official Republicans. Gosh, where do I start? Trump, he needs to go. I voted for him in 2016 when he pulled the troops out of northern Syria. I went down to the courthouse, registered as an independent. I've since re-registered as a Republican so I can vote for Liz Cheney in the primaries. And Biden, I don't know. I mean, anybody who runs for political office from the ward level up to the president should be required to pass a IQ test, because I consider Biden and Trump dumb and dumber. I mean, Biden pulling the troops out of Afghanistan, that was a huge mistake, too. Back to January 6th, yeah, it was a horrible, bizarre spectacle. I mean, Trump himself is a horrible, bizarre spectacle.
Gordon, is Liz Cheney a big topic of conversation out there in Wyoming right now?
Oh, yeah. All the local county committees are ganging up against her. But this is the very beginning of 2022, so hopefully we can get a mini sea change going to back her again. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping Dick Cheney and some of his buddies will open up a can of Wyoming whoop-ass on Trump and his minions.
That's Gordon in Laramie, Wyoming. What do you do out in Laramie, Gordon?
I'm retired United States Coast Guard hospital corpsman. I do a lot of cross-country skiing. I'm 75 years old, and I race mountain bikes and vintage motocross in the summer.
There you go. Thanks for calling in. Tracy, Slidell, Louisiana. Tracy, what's your viewpoint about January 6th, its impact on our country and our political situation?
I really, truly believe that our democracy is in jeopardy here. If we would play what McConnell, Lindsey Graham, Kevin McCarthy had to say immediately after the January 6th attack, everybody needs to hear that over and over again, because that was the true way that these people felt. And since then, they flipped, and now they're trapped, and they can't get out of Trump's grasp. If the Republicans had stayed together, when Lindsey Graham said, we had a good run, but I'm done, when he said that night, if he would have just stood by that, they could have gotten out of his grasp. And the Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene press conference just now, that was an attempt at, look at this shiny object over here. Let's not pay attention to what's really going on. Let's try to divert. And I agree with the person before. Trump was the president during the riots after George Floyd. The FBI was under his control. For them to try to throw this out there and divert, Matt Gaetz says he wants to get to the truth about January 6th, then go testify. Go before the committee and testify. Don't try to keep people from saying from testifying. But I am very happy that Mike Pence's staff, and those immediately around him are going before the committee. Those people need to protect Mike Pence. And if Mike Pence was smart, he'd get out there and say it too, because his life more than anybody else's was on the line that day. And any president who would leave his own vice president out, hang him out to dry, should never, ever be in office again.
That's Tracy in Slidell, Louisiana. She brought up Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate. He made a statement today. He did not do it on camera, but he released this statement. We're going to read it in its entirety. January 6, 2021 was a dark day for Congress and our country. The U.S. Capitol, the seat of the first branch of our federal government, was stormed by criminals who brutalized police officers and used force to try to stop Congress from doing its job. This disgraceful scene was antithetical to the rule of law. 1 year later, I am as grateful as ever for the brave men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police who served our institution bravely that day and every day since. I continue to support justice for those who broke the law. As I said yesterday, this is Mitch McConnell speaking, it has been stunning to see some Washington Democrats try to exploit this anniversary to advance partisan policy goals that long predated this event. It is especially jaw-dropping to hear some Senate Democrats invoke the mob's attempt to disrupt our country's norms, rules, and institutions as a justification to discard our norms, rules, and institutions themselves. A year ago today, the Senate did not bend or break. We stuck together, stood strong, gavelled back in, and did our job. Senators should not be trying to exploit this anniversary to damage the Senate in a different way from within. That is Mitch McConnell in a released statement and referring to the Senate doing its job. The presidential election was certified on January 6, 2021 at about 3:30 in the morning, 3:34 in the morning. Glenda, Carlsbad, California. It's your turn, your voice, January 6th. What's your viewpoint?
All right. Marjorie Taylor Greene was really funny. We just moved from Georgia, and my husband had to register in Georgia, and you have to go with your driver's license, a Georgia driver's license, your address, and your birth certificate or passport to get a voter's ID number. You only get one. And then you go down and you're in the computer and you can only vote once. And we're nervous about his mail-in ballot. So he went to the local ballot place and they ran his driver's license and they said, oops, you've already voted. And it's just a riot that she accepts the bottom of her ballot in Georgia, she was legally, even though the ballots were illegal in her mind, at least she believes that some people believe that, but she wanted to throw out the top of the ballot, but boy, she wouldn't be there if the whole ballot had been thrown out. And I had dinner with my 97-year-old neighbor not too long ago, and his top numbers, and he just brought this up on his own. He says, December 7th, November 22nd, 9/11, and January 6th are the top of my memory for dates now. And it just broke my heart because it kind of broke his heart. It was a really sad day. It was just amazingly horrible. I mean, it'll always be ingrained, no matter how much they downplay it. I mean, some people think it's just, if Trump hadn't had the Stop the Steal rally, all those thousands of people wouldn't have been there moseying up to the Capitol, the second pillar of the third pillar of our government. One pillar sent the mob down to the second pillar of our government. That's the difference between Portland and in January 6th. And people don't seem to realize that the balance is so different from the situation in Portland. But anyway, that's all
right.
I have to say.
Glenda, thank you for calling in this evening. Dave from Brooksville. Don't know where Brooksville is. Finally, the politicians got to feel what thousands of businesses and citizens felt during the rioting and looting. A lot of people were hurt and even killed. Was this democracy? Where are the investigations? I do not condone what happened. Bruce, El Monte, California. Hi, Bruce.
Hi. How you doing?
Please go ahead.
I would just like to say Donald Trump should never be president again, and his kids should probably never be able to be in any kind of office. And I think it was a crime. It was just a shame that people thought he was worth doing what they did to the Capitol. It was unbelievable. I watched it on C-SPAN, the whole thing. It was just unbelievable, and I can't believe these Republicans in that are public officials. They're elected, and they believe this guy. It's just beyond me. It's beyond belief. Peter, thank you.
All right, Bruce.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too. Steve in Sarasota, Florida. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, hi. I took some notes here. I try not to ramble on too much, but 3 points. I definitely agree with the last caller. I think what we were kind of looking at here, people aren't using the word too often, but it was kind of an attempted coup, wasn't it? If Donald Trump would have graciously conceded the election when he lost, and he lost popular vote, electoral vote, and no proof to any fraud or anything like we're being claimed. If he would have just done that, obviously this wouldn't have occurred, right? This January 6th riot or insurrection, whatever you want to call it. And I think that just comes down to his sense of like greed and selfishness and being a really poor loser. You know, one thing sports, and I'm not a big fan of sports, don't get me wrong, but sports does teach us to be gracious winners and gracious losers, right? And that's life. You know, you don't win all the time. You don't get the promotion you want, maybe. You don't get the job you apply for, you move on. You know, and the last thing I wanted to say was regarding the riot, thank God for C-SPAN, because I don't watch any network news personally. I feel like network news is strictly entertainment. And I get my news from the internet. I go directly to sources, Washington Post, The Hill. I know I probably sound a little liberal here, but Politico, Insider. I block Fox News. I even block CNN, though, because, again, I feel it's too commercialized, too sensationalized. I don't do the Wall Street Journal because they charge after so many views. But what I've seen on C-SPAN is actual real footage of this. And I know I did catch the tail end of that Marjorie Greene and Gates press conference there, and what they were kind of saying, well, all the footage needs to be released. Isn't there like thousands and thousands of hours? How is that going to be possible for us to sit down and watch that? But I understand you guys are showing pretty much the worst of the worst, but I think that's the most significant part of it, right? The violence, the threats, the one guy punching at the cop on both sides of his head. I mean, I have empathy for those guys. I really can personally feel the stress that they were under in that situation, because, people say, oh, they used great restraint. There was no choice. If they would have taken the action I feel like they kind of should have, they would have been overwhelmed by the crowd and they would have been just destroyed. But, anyway,
All right, Steve, we're going to leave it there. Thanks for calling in. Let's hear from Robert in Las Vegas. Robert, you're on C-SPAN.
Yeah, how you doing, man? Thanks a lot for having me on air. I was listening to your broadcast, and it's one channel that's actually telling the truth on both sides. But Marjorie Greene and the other colleague, Congressman, I believe they have a valid point. I think that there should be an investigation on why was the National Guard there. I mean, and I can't believe that people are calling 1621 9/11. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. But I appreciate your show and keep it up. Thank you, bud.
Thank you for calling in, Robert. We are going to continue to take your calls this evening. We're going to continue to show you the events from today's commemoration on Capitol Hill. Right now, here's a replay of President Biden's speech from this morning in Statuary Hall.
Madam Vice President, my fellow Americans, to state the obvious, 1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked, simply attacked. The will of the people was under assault. The Constitution, our Constitution, faced the gravest of threats. Outnumbered in the face of a brutal attack, the Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other brave law enforcement officials saved the rule of law. Our democracy held. We, the people, endured. We, the people, prevailed. For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed. They failed. And on this day of remembrance, we must make sure that such attack never, never happens again. I'm speaking to you today from Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol. This is where the House of Representatives met for 50 years in the decades leading up to the Civil War. This is on this floor. It's where young Congressman from Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, sat at desk 191. Above him, above us, over that door leading into the rotunda, is a sculpture depicting Cleo, the muse of history. In her hands, an open book in which she records the events taking place in this chamber below. Cleo stood watch over this hall 1 year ago today, as she has for more than 200 years. She recorded what took place, the real history, the real facts, the real truth, the facts and the truth that Vice President Harris just shared, and that you and I and the whole world saw with our own eyes. The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America, to rip us apart. Even during the Civil War, that never, ever happened. But it happened here in 2021. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol, American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears, fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify to what happened. One officer called it, quote, a medieval battle. and that he was more afraid that day than he was fighting the war in Iraq. They've repeatedly asked since that day, how dare anyone diminish, belittle, or deny the hell they were put through. We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America. But what did we not see? We didn't see a former president who had just rallied the mob to attack, sitting in the private dining room off the Oval Office in the White House, watching it all on television and doing nothing for hours as police were assaulted, lives at risk, the nation's capital under siege. This wasn't a group of tourists. This was an armed insurrection. They weren't looking to uphold the will of the people. They were looking to deny the will of the people. They weren't looking to uphold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. That's the only way forward. That's what great nations do. They don't bury the truth. They face up to it. Sounds like hyperbole, but that's the truth. They face up to it. We are a great nation. My fellow Americans, in life there's truth, and tragically there are lies. Lies conceived and spread for profit and power. We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors and state officials in every battleground state have all said he lost. That's what 81 million of you did as you voted for a new way forward. He has done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people. While some courageous men and women in the Republican Party are standing against it, trying to uphold the principle of that party, too many others are transforming that party into something else. They seem no longer to want to be the party of Lincoln, Eisenhower, Reagan, the Bushes. Whatever my other disagreements are with Republicans who support the rule of law and not the rule of a single man, I will always seek to work together with them to find shared solutions where it's possible. Because if we have a shared belief in democracy, then anything is possible. Anything. And so at this moment, we must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen and protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. Second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made was made and was rejected. Often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. Wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results were inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. The president's name was first. Then we went down the line. Governors, senators, House of Representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. The presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters, the only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought when you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress? Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote. And the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America, at American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election, defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. That promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting. They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever, ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. We reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule, or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. The responsibility to see each other as neighbors. Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat. Then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. Responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea that requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021, the lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and a second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day, from those defending this Capitol to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and gracious and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history, where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart, to be about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame, lit almost 250 years ago, of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
And that was President Biden from about 9:30 this morning in Statuary Hall in the Capitol. We will continue to bring you the events from today commemorating the January 6, 2021 attacks on the Capitol and the certification of the 2020 presidential vote. And we're going to continue to take your calls. 202 is the area code, 748-8920. If you live in the East and Central time zones, 202-748-8921. If you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, and if you can't get through on the phone lines, you want to send a text, 202-748-8903. That's for text messages only. Please include your first name and your city if you would. You can also continue the conversation on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. At C-SPAN is our handle for all the social media sites. Well, we're talking about the first anniversary today of the January 6th Capitol attacks. We're getting your reaction to that. We're getting your memories of watching it a year ago. And we want to hear from you what you think the political condition of our country is now. Chris in Frisco, Texas, what have you heard today? Where were you a year ago? What do you think?
Well, I was sitting at home and watching it, and it's a terrible event in our history of the country. And I hold our history and our government in high regard. But listening to the vice president and the president and some of the people speak today, comparing it to Pearl Harbor and 9/11, it really irks me. I've served in the military and also was a firefighter for 13 years. And where is the morality and the value of human life when you're comparing those things? Our government buildings, I mean, they could burn the White House to the ground tomorrow, and it still doesn't compare to the fathers and wives and husbands that was lost on those days. And I have to question what the political motivation is when you have a vice president comparing those days. And don't get me wrong, it's a terrible thing and it's unique of what happened, and we'll remember it for years to come, but there's no comparison between those events, in my opinion.
Chris, a lot of the messaging today was about this was an attack on our democracy. Do you agree with that?
It was, and like I said, I hold that in high regard. But it still pains me to hear people compare it to 9/11 and Pearl Harbor just because of the impacts it had on people's lives and the lives lost.
Thank you, sir. Jacqueline, let's hear from you. Vincenttown, New Jersey. Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm on hold for about 45 minutes, so please let me finish. I thank you for C-SPAN. I've been watching for, 15 years or so. I don't watch any other news network, CNN, none of it, other than C-SPAN, because it's still the people's voice. I thank the president for his message. I think it was strong and it was necessary. I'd like to simply say that democracies are fragile things. History shows us that every autocracy on the globe was a democracy at one point, and it only took one strong man to deny and not accept the election results and to decide to use violence to hold on to power. And it took a modern-day pandemic to get Trump out of there. More people voted in this election than at any point in history. And when more people vote, you cannot use the levers of disenfranchisement to hold on to power. Sadly, what those who are determined to hold on to power learn from that day, when we talk about what did we learn from January 6th, was to dismantle the levers of democracy even more at the state level. January 6th has shown that there are some who are willing to do anything to hold on to power. We call that minority rule. That's what they had in South Africa. Those people do not represent America. And without gerrymandering and the filibuster, there wouldn't be a 50-50 Senate. January 6th, they parade the flag of the losers through Statuary Hall, the flag of the losers, the Confederate flag, the Trump flag. Thank you to Officer Goodman and the brave Capitol Police who held the line on January 6th. The whitewashing of history is not new to some of us. It's new to some people, but it's not new to some of us. Regardless of the shamelessness of some, we have to remain optimistic. Every day that you live, America is an exercise in hope. May God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, Jacqueline. Patricia is in Portland, Oregon. Hi, Patricia.
Hello. Yes, I'm just calling in to say that my husband and I were served in the military 11 years, Navy, and have seen a lot of things in our lifetime, and, you know, through Nixon and everything that we went through that we thought was atrocious then does not compare at all to what I've seen in the last year or so. And the insurrection just broke my heart, and I'm still, like a lot of Americans, going through emotional trauma, which a lot of people haven't talked about, what it's doing to people psychologically now, and the young people in our nation. I have such a concern of what this is doing to them. And I was a registered Republican my entire life, and for the first time I changed my registration card because of the nonsense that's going on and the lies. And we just have to come together somehow as a nation, or we're going to destroy ourselves.
Patricia, throughout this evening, some callers have compared what happened in the Capitol to what was going on last summer in Portland and in Seattle. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but, you know, I lived here in Portland. I never saw anything happen, but other groups come in, and I remember the only time I ever went out politically and protested was back in the days of the Chads, remember, and the voting. That was the first big thing I ever saw politically. And I got a group of moms together in Portland. We went downtown to the very same place, and there was just a few of us down there, and what showed up? Other groups, the NRA, that tried to push us out and get political. They wanted to be the front and foremost, and it wasn't even about them, you know. And this is what happens when things happen, and that's what's happened in Portland. You know, every time something happens, groups come in from other areas, and it's just spreading more and more through social media. And that's been one of the things that has torn our nation down, that we don't have good, honest news like C-SPAN, and lots of people are getting their information that is incorrect and a lie, and they truly believe it.
All right,
and
Patricia, thank you. From Portland, Oregon, Senator Rick Scott, Republican of Florida, tweeted this out: I look forward to seeing Kamala condemning all those who attacked police and looted businesses. We must be for equal justice under the law, but today's Democrats want politically motivated justice, which is wrong. Susan, Quinlan, Texas. Good evening to you, Susan. What's your remembrances of January 6th?
Yes, January 6th. Well, it was a horrible day, of course, but now I feel like after a whole year, the Democrats have used this as, you know, for their own political agenda, for their reason of getting back to President Trump. It all goes to getting back to going against President Trump. And so, like, I feel like they're using this all to go, like I say, to go against President Trump. And I just feel like it's just all for the Democrats, for their own agenda, going against Trump.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Wayne, Pueblo, Colorado. Hi, Wayne. Wayne, you with us? We will try Judy, Morgantown, West Virginia. Judy, good evening. What are your thoughts about January 6th?
Well, I have a question. Today, Newt Gingrich, and he was Speaker of the House, and he confirmed today that Nancy Pelosi is the one in charge of the security for the Capitol, but Nancy Pelosi will not release any correspondence or communications between her and the chief over the security guards, because I want to know why was the National Guard not there? That Trump had ordered them up for, it was 2 or 3 days prior, or he couldn't order them. He was going to provide them. But the mayor of D.C. and Nancy Pelosi never would call them up. They didn't want them there. But I don't understand why. Can anyone answer why was the guard not already there? Do you know?
Ed, I'm not going to venture an answer for you, but there's Judy's question thrown out regarding January 6th. Clay, Albany, Louisiana. Clay, what's on your mind when it comes to January 6th?
Well, it's not so much in the details of the who did what or wouldn't have done what. It's more so in terms of that being indicative to a larger transition that I believe is manifesting outward in leadership styles from what appears everyone's gravitating to compared to an understanding realistically of the good intentions probably of, say, Trump, who I voted for myself at times. His leadership style of wanting to have a plan that everybody understands and follows that is being created by the leader, like a business leader type, as compared to what it's better for this nation comparison, because government is too big to follow that type of detailed plan made by an individual that's making it as he goes, in comparison to a more collaborative gathering of ideas that does take longer and seems divided, but is more so in the likeness of what this nation stands for, is the division in the battle that I believe is happening right now between the two leadership styles and what we're looking for as a nation. And just kind of wanted to point out that bigger scale difference versus the details of who, what, when, and why in something that happened in the past that was a major event that we all know.
Clay, tell you what, we're going to leave it there and talk to Carlos in Tennessee. Carlos, where in Tennessee are you?
In Powell, Tennessee.
Please go ahead.
Well, the way I see it is, first of all, this was well planned. I regret that it happened. I served in the military during the Vietnam War. My father served during the Vietnam War. He served in Korea. 4 other brothers of mine also served in the military. We're very upset about what happened on that day. It was a personal attack on democracy, and we fought for democracy. And to us, it was offensive the way many veterans supported Trump and that coward that did not go in the military. He was a draft dodger. And to me, to see other veterans support him during this time and during that time at the Capitol, it's really upsetting. That's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. We're going to continue to take your calls this evening and continue to show you some of the events from today's commemoration of January 6, 2021. This afternoon, Nancy Pelosi scheduled a couple of historians who sat down with the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, to talk about the history of insurrection and civil difficulties in the United States. And they talked about January 6th of last year, of course, as well. You're going to hear from 2 presidential biographers and well-known authors, Doris Kearns Goodwin and John Meacham. Here they are.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming together for what I consider to be a solemn occasion, a patriotic occasion, and a prayerful one for our country. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from some of the most outstanding historians of all time in our country. More will be said about them later. But the distinguished Democratic leader of the Senate and I are honored to be with each and every one of you. We will have the presentation from our historians. We will hear the testimonials of our members. And the leader has his testimonials on the floor of the Senate since they are in session. So we're honored that he came over to the House to be with us. He served in the House for 18 years. Only recently has he exceeded that amount of time in the United States Senate. But we still lay claim to him and take pride. Before I bring him on, though, I want to reflect, as we all do today, on the deadly assault that was waged on the Capitol and the Congress and the Constitution 1 year ago today. The insurrection was an assault not only on the building, but on the democracy itself, which that day was on the brink of catastrophe. Lynn Cheney told me something about George Bush. She said on the day of 9/11, when 9/11 first occurred, we just learned, he was in the White House, and he said, these terrorists may shake the foundations of our buildings, but they will not shake the foundations of our democracy. What he said then applied then, and it applies now. Because of the courage of our members, the support of the Capitol Police, the staff, the custodial staff, the insurrection failed. Democracy prevailed. Congress returned to the Capitol that same night to accomplish our purpose, to ensure the peaceful transfer of power. 1 year later, it is essential that we do not allow anyone to rewrite history or whitewash the gravity of what took place. It is our duty to find the facts of January 6th to ensure that such an assault on our democracy